Hello, everyone. It is, in fact, as I see in the chat, a grim day where Mr. Torvalds has started vibe coding. For the love of God. All right. Sometimes I wonder what WWTD. What would Terry do? What would Terry Davis do? So WWTDD. Um. It was weird. Okay. That was interesting. Um. This wasn't there before until I closed the terminal. That that's gotta be a little Z glitch. And yes, this actually compels. This is valid C. This is actually very much valid C syntax. Except this function doesn't exist, but besides that, it's valid C syntax. Also, I heard about it. I heard that Linus started vibe coding, but I have no idea what he did. I know that it's nothing important. Is it here by any chance? Surprisingly, no. Yes, 10 repositories, damn. Never heard of this one before. This is the one, I think. Audio noise. Just because this guy tried it doesn't mean that you should try it. Especially if you don't want to. You're literally allowed to just not do that. Also, I have tried it. It's okay. But I'm still way better than an AI can be, and it actually holds me back. In addition to being, you know, having a million problems in the way that AI is implemented. Where do I see it though? Like, is it in a commit? I know that he left like a big ass message talking about it. I'm just gonna Google it. Right, he used anti-gravity too, like Jesus Christ. Merge branch anti-gravity. Okay, that's what I need to look for. Here it is. My god, dude. This is Google anti-gravity fixing up my visualization tool. Which was also generated with help from Google, but of the normal kind. You see, that's not the same thing. Like at all. It mostly went smoothly, although I had to figure out what the problem with using the built-in rectangle was. After telling anti-gravity to just do a custom rectangle selector, things went much better. Is this much better that I could do by hand? Sure is. As always, every single fucking time, with zero exception, the reason why they think vibe coding is good is what we in the industry call a skill issue. We got Linus Torvalds using Agentic IDE before GTA 6. Yep. Looks good to me. Spoiler alert. The kernel guy is not an audio expert, and as such, doesn't have the required knowledge to do this himself completely from scratch. Again, massive news, but what does it mean? It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Why is the most hyped up Linux distro a rolling release distro that can break after one update? By most hyped up, are you talking about Arch? Because the Linux community is like that. The Linux community makes a lot more sense when you consider how much time they have to spend just messing around with their system instead of actually using it. So, kind of, that's the reason why. No, yeah, I don't think he will vibe code for Linux, right? That would be fucking stupid. Was that a flash? Either it started raining and there's thunder as of what? How long ago did I come home? Like 20 minutes ago? As of 20 minutes ago, when it was perfectly clear and sunny, or I just hallucinated a flash coming from my kitchen, or the CIA is taking pictures with the flash. Today's actually a pretty good day. Yesterday was cold as fuck. CachyOS, isn't it built on top of Arch? It's kind of the same thing. But the answer is the same. Yeah, him vibe coding a project that is completely meaningless is just the same as doing nothing. Pretty much. It means nothing. It's just like... Shit, for that matter, when AI came out, first came out, I wasn't against it, so I did use it. But I don't know how I would have been against it without knowing what it is, because the idea sounds great. So like, I've also used it for completely meaningless projects. But after I learned literally anything about it, I felt bad about using it and eventually stopped using it entirely. So like, is it a step in the wrong direction? I think it's meaningless. I think people have also idealized this man as like, I don't know, some hermit that literally lives in front of a computer writing C with nothing but just his brain. Like a new driver, a new hardware device comes out and this guy just like has all of the universe's consciousness inside of his brain, and he blindly, he literally closes his eyes, just starts typing in the keyboard, and then the driver for the hardware device just materializes itself perfectly compatible with the Linux kernel. So like, I feel like there's a big reason why this is so big is because the guy is super idealized. He's pretty he's pretty good. It's not like he's all hype. He's definitely not all hype. He deserves the hype. But that doesn't change the fact that I feel like people have idealized him to be this like larger than life programmer. And seeing a larger than life programmer actually using AI is like, oh my god, we're all doomed. What does this actually change for me? Obviously, I started the stream saying it's a grim day because of this. I was joking. It turns out it was a joke. But yeah. But that is the other thing about it. Like I said, it all amounts to skill issue. He's using it to do something that he wouldn't have known how to do himself. Sure. How does he know that it's correct, necessarily? That's, I mean, it's a visualizer as far as I understand. So like if it looks good, I guess it looks good. But yeah, kind of, I guess, meaningless in a way. Yeah, I think you just confirmed the output as he's staring into my soul. I'm gonna go back to the previous window. Uh, um, you confirm that your program does what you expect it to do, and then it works. That's it. What you don't do is you make an entire thing out of AI and then call yourself an entrepreneur. Just saying. I feel like this is pretty meaningless. I have to use and test AI in projects for research themes. What a headache. I'm so glad at work we haven't implemented AI. They've been trying for 2 years, and I think I think they know it's a bad idea. It's guitar pedal stuff. I feel like it's okay. You know, as opposed to, I saw earlier that Google, right, his birthday's like December 25th or something like that. Google put Gemini in Gmail. December 28th, not 26th, not 25th. Mostly used as an alternative, a second search to Googling. It's not going much further than that. It's the only thing it's good at. In my company, they were just like, use AI if you want, but if you don't, they expect AI non-AI users to create the same quality of code. Yeah, that's about right. That seems like a reasonable thing. Just leave it up to the person. There's only a few applications of AI being actually useful and a core component of a program for syncing audiobooks and for an OCR. There's very few things. And the AI hype is going in none of those directions. Yesterday I was talking about how it's super useful for like content moderation for social media as a first step, but then you have how it's actually being implemented for content moderation in social media, which is Google just randomly shutting down accounts for completely unreasonable things. And then when you like get your Google account shut down and your YouTube account shut down and you wanna appeal that, it just goes to another robot that just goes like, I don't give a shit. And the only solution that you have to that is to make noise on Twitter until it gets picked up by actually somebody at Google. Even then, they will try to use an LLM, and or either an LLM or just a template that they don't fill out. But eventually, a person will step in, and I don't know. I feel like there is, a balance between that and traumatizing human beings with having to do moderation entirely manually. There's like a middle ground. And I feel like any competent company would have found that middle ground, but genuinely, what is wrong with any of these like big tech companies? As of let's say early last year, say about late January 2025, they all just completely forgot what morals are. They already didn't know, but specifically as of around that time, they kind of all just like took the mask off fully. Hard restrictions and sensitive intellectual property stuff. That makes sense. I wonder how much intellectual property is being violated by employees of companies just like putting sensitive information into AI. Or AI just taking it right away. Because like I said, Gmail now has AI. It's incredible how much we've normalized spyware. Also, AI being polite and helpful compared to Reddit or forum users is genuinely the bar is on the fucking ground. Large language models good for language transformations. Damn. Wow. I would have never expected that. Also bad at everything else. I would have never expected that, not in a million years. Now, I'm not even talking about the company's torrenting stuff. I'm talking about employees of a company willingly, manually putting sensitive information into AI. Like, I don't know, you're working on some proprietary algorithm patented by your company, and then you're like, it's not working. Let me see what's happening. All right, so, hey, Claude, can you fix this for me? That's what I mean. Also, the torrenting. But specifically, that's what I meant. All right, today we're doing a different kind of vibe coding, though. The real vibe coding, where we're actually doing what I said before. It's just me blindly sitting in front of a keyboard, just going like this. And see what comes out of it. Brain coding. Fuck it, you know what? Yeah. Brain coding. Using that term. Stealing it from you. Brain vibe coding. No references. No manuals. No tutorials. No specs. Just seeing what's up. Is it good for learning though? Ask yourself that. If you ask AI about a subject that you know about, you will know a bunch of inaccuracies that it doesn't pick up on. So when you ask it about a subject that you don't know about, how can you possibly trust that? Every time I say that, I always bring up pirate software, because when I first found out about the guy, I was like, damn, he's a hacker. Oh, wow, that's interesting. It's something I'm very interested in, but I know nothing about. And then I heard him talking about game development, which I know a lot about, and I was like, yeah, this guy's a dumbass. Memorization crisis in large language models. They don't learn, they copy. That could change everything for the tech industry. We are absolutely flabbergasted by this news. Who would have ever thought? Damn, I feel like this is not even the first time I've heard this specifically. I don't know if they're referencing something a little bit. Ongoing investigation into the generative AI industry. Hey, nice. On Tuesday. I feel like this was already revealed. Four popular large language models have stored large portions of some of the books they've been trained on and can reproduce long excerpts from those books. I've always wondered about that. Because I feel like it can very much do that. AI companies have long denied that it happens on a large scale. It is literally how your training happens. How can you possibly deny that? Google similarly told the Copyright Office that there is no copy of the training data, whether text, images, or other formats present in the model itself. Anthropic, Meta, Microsoft, and others have made similar claims, and none of the AI companies have agreed to my request for interviews. We are shocked by this. Anyone who's ever listened to an actual artist complain about AI would be blown away by this news. We've never heard this before. Come on. I mean, I'm glad they're actually researching this with actual data, but like, we knew. Okay, back to the brain code. Well, back to. We're starting with the brain coding. I like that term now. I'm stealing it officially. Brain coding. No references, no LLMs. Just a vague idea of what I'm doing. And I guess a fair amount of arrogance. Okay. So yesterday I worked on my compiler that I arranged code a little bit. And then I worked on a code generator, which means that the compiler, watch it. Seg faults. That's a new one. All right. The compiler is able to, first off, generate an abstract syntax stack, because I didn't really bother arranging it into a proper tree. More so, it's just a stack that I navigate. But it is able to parse a program. It is able to create a hierarchical structure of what this program looks like based on the rules that it uses to do the parsing. And then, also based on the rules that it uses to do the parsing, it generates code. It generates code kind of one-to-one, in the sense that it generates the same code that it was given in, because it uses this same syntax that it used to parse to generate the code. That isn't super meaningful, but I did it to test that, you know, the tree generation. Who cares about the name of this function? That the tree generation is correct, and it generates code that technically compiles to C. Again, ignoring the fact that I'm using a function that doesn't actually exist. It uses this code that compiles to C, and for that matter, if we get rid of that one function that isn't actually being called, we can probably get rid of these logs, see that it actually works. And because I got rid of that function, it literally does nothing, but yeah. What it does still, even though it generates the exact same code that it takes as input, and actually without the formatting, without proper formatting, because it looks like this, whereas the input has proper indentation and proper spacing like here and whatnot. It's still a big deal because it shows that the parser creates a proper abstract representation of what the code looks like, and is able to then go through that abstract representation and generate something that's actually worth it. And of course, the first thing I did was eliminate semicolons, and I got yelled at by the chat. What can I say? So, that was yesterday. But, like I said, literally no transformations are being done on the code from the input to the output, because the code generator does not quite understand the meaning of what it's doing. So we need to do that. We need to understand the code that we're writing. Not just that it's valid code and a valid syntax, but also understand the meaning of it. And that's semantic analysis of the code, and that's the part that we need to implement today. I don't know why semicolons in 2026. Yeah, that's fair. The reason is because C includes semicolons. They're not optional in the spec, so they're required. A lot of other languages that do have it optional still allow you to do them. And for that matter, my language is going to be like that. Literally, you can see here I have semicolon in these places, which, by the way, is technically kind of wrong. It shouldn't be there. At the end of each sentence, it should be... No, maybe actually it's okay to put it there. Really, it should be separated into statements, but whatever. It's... You can make it optional by... Well, I wasn't able to make it optional. I don't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, there were a few limitations still. But if I replace the semicolon with a new line, and, oh right, the limitation is that the tokenizer can either ignore new lines or parse them as tokens. If you parse them as tokens, that means that you need to specifically account for all of them. That's the thing. Which I should probably make an exception to make it work properly. But anyway, that's the reason that I wasn't able to make them optional, and I had to keep them around. But if I remove the semicolons and I replace them with new lines, so here a new line is actually required, and I recompile these rules, which, by the way, now that I have a code generator with a little bit of formatting, I should be able to generate this code using that code generator and then directly write it into this file. But you can see that it, hold on, it got messed up a little bit. It is actually able to parse the code without the semicolons, and for that matter, in the translation process, I do a little bit of transformation, and so I'm able to add the semicolons back, which then GCC could actually compile into proper C code. You can see no errors. But yeah, I don't think any language would go fully without semicolons. I think we're talking about optional semicolons. A semicolon is required where you're in the same line, but it's not required otherwise. All right. Can I just undo the changes to this file? There. Yeah, that's the reason why the semicolon is there. It's just a matter of we can make it optional. It's not necessary for there to be a semicolon on every single line. Then there's Rust. I just made it optional on the last line as a little treat. But then again, I said yesterday, Rust has a lot of good things, and syntax is not one of them. Its community is also not one of them. Let's be clear. But Rust still has a lot of good ideas. Just none of them have to do with the syntax. Okay. Okay, so like I said, the compiler right now, when it's parsing, it is able to ranting about Rust. Can I join in? Feel free. It was just a little bit, but feel free for it. Hi, MX. All right, so the compiler right now just looks at this code and goes like, okay, you have an identifier here, you have a keyword here. Here you have another word. Here you have an equal sign. Here you have a constant value. Here you have a semicolon. Same thing happens down here. Here you have an identifier followed by a colon. Here you have the same thing. Here you have an identifier, parentheses, something, comma, something, comma, something, parentheses, semicolon. And so it understands this is a declaration. This is a declaration. This is a label. This is a label. This is a function call. But it doesn't actually know what any of those things mean. It just knows there's something here called a declaration. But it doesn't understand what that actually means. A declaration means I am creating a new variable. So in terms of assembly, means reserve some space on the stack for this variable. A label means keep track of where in the code we currently are because we will need to jump back to it. A goto means jump back to that place that you kept track of. And the compiler currently doesn't know any of this. So we need to figure that out. And in order to figure that out, we need to do semantic analysis. But this is where things get a little bit tricky for me, because my language is compiled based off of these rules, which, by the way, I need to change it back to semicolon. There it is. Based off these rules. But these rules are really just text in a .config file, which could easily just be a txt file or no extension, it doesn't matter. This gets parsed by a mini compiler for the rules specifically, and then gets put into this file as an array. And then the parser goes through this array and, okay, I start a block, I have to find a statement and a block, or just a statement, and does the parsing that way. In order for me to expand it to actually understand the meaning of all of these things, I need to, find a balance between the generated rules and the hard-coded interpretation of those rules. So I'll need to figure that out today. So that's pretty much what I'm doing today. I just started, so nothing relevant yet. Also, calling Rust a systems language is such a scam. Yes. If you've ever done any system work with Rust, you'd know how garbage it is for type of work, collecting iterators, and generally idiomatic Rust produces so much waste in terms of code. I have to say, I've never bothered using Rust for systems programming because I would feel like the entire thing is just wrapped in unsafe. Because by definition, a system is unsafe. A low-level system anyway. If I'm doing a game engine, I guess that's technically a system. I don't know how it will work for that, but like for an operating system, for example, yeah, I have to do unsafe operations. If I have to constantly ask permission for that to a systems language, I feel like that's not a systems language. And like there's also Swift also likes to call itself a systems embedded language. And like I like Swift for that matter. This one I have experience with, which is why whenever someone brings this up, I bring up Swift, because you go to the embedded section and they have a little example of what it looks like. Where's the one that I'm talking about? Yeah, Swift is pretty OOP. No, so here they have an existing project. But anyway, the point is like to make an LED blink, you have to go to a specific address in memory and write a specific value. And to do that, you need to ask for the programming language's permission. Like, hey, can I access this specific part in memory? I promise I know what I'm doing. Hey, can I write to it? I promise I'm not gonna crash the system. They're not good for systems programming at a low level. Swift is great. Not for embedded. I would never use Swift for embedded. Why would I do that to myself? Maybe I would build the very basic code that interacts with devices in C, and then on top of that I would build with Rust and Swift or whatever other language you can think of. But I would never use these languages because they don't trust you enough to do low-level stuff. How do you pronounce that language's name, by the way? Is it Jai? J? It's not Jai, so I'm assuming it's Jai. But I've only seen it written. I actually haven't even seen its syntax or anything like that. I've just heard about it. El Consejo en su formación de justicia y asuntos del interior. I don't think that's what we're talking about. Boy. It's in closed beta? Damn. Why? Android destroyed me mentally. Started it because I didn't like web dev. I have to say, every time I have to code Android stuff, I'm just like, why did you do this? I'm so used to iOS, where more and more I'm asking myself, why did you do this? But mostly it makes sense. Because the language isn't ready and it's annoying when people keep on creating issues and PRs. I guess, but you can just like ignore them. Can't you just reject PRs and issues automatically? I think you can. But that's a fair point. Especially nowadays. I already get one vibe coded PR and I just like lose it for about an hour or two. Cannot imagine what it was gonna be like for someone much more well known. Kotlin Compose. Yeah. I guess the main resources for that is just make an app. Do you think most Windows to Linux users come back often? I don't think so. I was scared of switching to Linux because I wasn't planning on using this computer for development. I was planning to use it mostly for gaming. And so I was scared that I was going to have issues with it. But for the most part, I haven't. Really, the only time that I ever ran into an issue is during the winter sale. I bought Rust, the game, not the language. And I ended up returning it because any server required anti-cheat, which I wasn't able to have. And I couldn't be bothered figuring that out for a game that I don't even know if I like and I probably wouldn't like. I guess if you play games like League of Legends, any those multiplayer games with kernel level anti-cheat, you're a little bit screwed for switching to Linux. And if you use Adobe software, but mostly you're fine, I think. The problem is, yes, Linux can break so easily. I'm on a stable operating system with like Ubuntu, and the last time there was a software update, it just bricked my entire... Well, it didn't... It worked, it booted, it worked just fine, but networking stopped working entirely. And turns out the only solutions require an internet connection. which literally did not work. Not Ethernet, not Wi-Fi, nothing. It all stopped working entirely. It literally stopped having a network, and the solution to that was go online and download the older version of your driver. How am I gonna do that? How do you intend for me to do that if I don't have a connection to the network? It also auto updated, which I've heard so many people saying that like, no, but Windows and Mac auto update. I don't like that. I like that. I personally choose when to update. I didn't choose when to update. I literally shut down my computer one night and I went back the next morning and it wasn't working anymore. And I found out there was a software update. It really doesn't just do what you want it to do. Not fully, anyway. Okay. And yeah, for the kernel level anti-cheats, some of them I think like actually work on Linux, but you essentially have to develop it again from scratch entirely. I think. I don't think RMRF works like that anymore, actually. I'm pretty sure Linux stops you from doing that. There's the no preserve root, that's true. Okay, to be honest, this whole time I've been stalling because don't really know how to do what I need to do. Again, I have these rules. They're not exactly hard-coded. They are hard-coded in the sense that they're hard-coded into code, but they're auto-generated. And yeah, right now I'm copying and pasting that that auto-generated code, but it shouldn't necessarily be that way. So the point is they are entirely auto-generated, and if I want to completely change the syntax, I can. And if on top of that I have to auto-generate this syntax based on this text file and the mini compiler that I have for this text file, and then on top of that I have to update manually the semantic analyzer, it's gonna be very easy for that type of stuff to get out of sync. So I need to figure it out. No, it's not about stack calculation. It's about doing the semantic analysis itself. Like, yeah, right now it is able to parse based on this, but these are literally just words to it. It doesn't really mean anything. If I want to give it a meaning, like for example, when you find a declaration, that is a symbol. You need to add a symbol to the symbol table. This is the symbol, this is the type of the symbol, and this is its initial value. Which wouldn't go in the symbol table, but yeah. And then the block that it is a part of is the scope of that variable. But I want to do that without needing to keep track of the text file and the hard-coded semantic analysis at the same time. So I kind of came up with an idea. And I don't know if the BNF, I think it's called BNF, extended Bacchus Nor form, famous Australian right here. Don't think it accounts for what I want. Not at all. Not at all. I was thinking some kind of like tagging to the language. Like something like this, for example. Um, I guess I would have to go more like this, and then that. Tagging a symbol so that within the text itself, I can tell the semantic analyzer also what to do. Because again, every time that I update the syntax, I would have to also update the rules of the semantic analyzer, or the semantic analyzer understanding which rules correspond to what it has to do. So if I do some sort of tagging like this, then it would kind of know how to handle that. Or it can be like, I'm parsing. I arrive at a declaration. Well, I'm doing the semantic analysis, right? I arrive at a declaration, and it is marked as symbol, which means it generates a symbol in the symbol table. Then its children are the ones that actually fill out the values of that table. Type indicates the type of the symbol. Name, the name of the symbol. And then I can go up the tree until I find the scope, and that way I know where this symbol is valid. And from this information, I should be able to construct the symbol from the symbol table. I guess I would also have to indicate the type that it is. This one is a variable, this one is a jump. Well, I guess I could shorten it like that. Probably easier. I don't know how flexible this system would be. And much like the stack that I created yesterday for the syntax tree, since it's not a tree, it's a stack, if it works, it's gonna be really good. And that one ended up working. So it's gonna be really good. If it doesn't work, all the work that I'm putting into this from now on is gonna be wasted. So I think let's give it a try. Also, yeah, I really hate package management on Linux. Jesus. And for that matter, you're bringing up APK on Android, but like, that's just another package management format on Linux, because Android is Linux. That's just me being pedantic on that last one. Like, yeah, to be fair, on Android, there is one way of installing things. On Linux, there's a handful for every distro, and if you put them all together, there's probably hundreds of ways. It can be difficult to keep track of what you're actually doing. Like, I installed a bunch of text editors. When I landed on Z, I tested out a bunch of others. When it came to uninstalling them, it was such a pain in the ass to remember how I installed each one of them and to uninstall them. And I still probably have a few of them installed. Let's see. If I try to open one of these, VS Codium is still there. Although that one I never tried uninstalling, to be fair. No, I think I properly managed to delete them all. Not gonna lie, at some point I just started doing like that, which gives you the path, and then doing this with the path that it gave me, and that's the way that I ended up uninstalling them. It's kind of crazy how fragmented package management is on Linux, and how annoying that ends up being when you're actually trying to do something. Okay. I'm hoping that this is a good way of handling this type of thing. Semantic analysis, what does it do exactly? Does it just work with symbols? Or should it do more than that? Well, I guess where it becomes a little bit complicated, everything that I tagged here is for declaring a symbol. But then on top of that, you have to check that a symbol actually exists. So it could be done like this. Where else would it be in expression? Const operator, identifier, and identifier, these two could be vars, and jump would have to be identifier JMP. Which essentially means when there's a tag over here, it means it generates something of that sort. So the declaration rule generates a variable. And then when you find at var on this side, on the right side, it means you need to find a variable in the current scope. Well, I guess we won't know if this works or not until I do it. Flatpaks, I feel like, yeah, they work pretty well. Like, most packages work pretty well. The problem isn't the package manager itself, it's how many of them there are. It's like, oh, I'm gonna install a new application. Oh, it's distributed through Flatpak. Oh, okay. I don't have that. I need to. Okay. This one, oh, it's apt get, which requires pseudo privileges for whatever fucking reason. I still don't understand why that's a thing, by the way. That feels super unsafe. Also, is my heater on? It is. I am freezing. Cool. I'm not entirely sure why I live in Madrid when I just hate the weather like 90% of the time. It's either too hot or too cold. Or I get allergies. I guess fall is nice. It lasts like 2 days, but it's nice. Okay, in order to make this work, well, you know what? I'm gonna wait for the ad break, because I also need to get my water, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, ad break is over. Dog has arrived. He will be spending the next 3 hours just sleeping, blending in with the blanket. There he goes. Might as well just move a little bit so he's visible. Oh, he's also gonna lick himself. Yeah, he loves to do that. You got no ads. Not everybody gets them at the same time. Hey, Adrian. Okay. So, the cool thing about brain coding, I love that term, by the way, is that everything feels new and exciting. Because you have no idea if what you're doing is reinventing the wheel, innovating, or the stupidest thing you've ever come up with. And you won't know until it either works or it doesn't. And it's all happening live. You saw it here first, folks. All right, so it's time. I think tagging things like this should be able to do some basic what is it called? Semantic analysis on my program without needing to hard code any of it, which I feel like is pretty cool. If I need to do any more than that, can I just convert to intermediate representation before doing any of that? I wonder. In my case, not really, because intermediate representation is just C. But yeah, normally the way that a compiler that goes all the way from source code to executable is it does syntactic analysis, or the parsing, semantic analysis, which is what we're doing now. It generates an intermediate representation. You have my Discord. Intermediate representation. It does optimization on top of that intermediate representation and anything else that it might need to do. And it then usually either it does it itself or it goes to a backend that does it for it, like LLVM, the most popular backend for these types of things, does some, converts it to specific code for the specific machine that you're trying to run on, and then on top of that, it does optimizations on that, specific to the machine that it's running, that it's gonna be running on. But I feel like this is enough for the initial aspect of the semantic analysis, and maybe any other type of thing that I need to do can be done from an intermediate representation, so to speak. It can be done on a canonical representation of the code that always looks the same regardless of what the initial code looked like. So whether the code looks like this, or whether it looks like C++, or whether it looks like Java, doesn't matter. The analysis is done on always the same representation. But I'm definitely getting ahead of myself on that one. The first thing I need to do is the rule parser, so the mini compiler that compiles for the main compiler, needs to detect the @ symbol and an identifier. If it is capable of doing that, then it can generate the important information, and I can then use that to do the semantic analysis. All right. So it needs to be done pretty much anywhere that there's an identifier, which happens to be here and here, I think. Or no, also this. All right, hold on. It definitely needs to happen here. Okay, hold on. My rules right now, they have all these tags. And if I try to run the rules generating program, it will say malformed rule block expected this got nothing, which is probably not right. You got an @ symbol, which maybe the tokenizer doesn't even understand what that symbol is. So that's the first step, is I need to understand what that symbol is. Yeah, it doesn't recognize that symbol. So I'm going to introduce a new type of token, which is the symbol, and should handle any kind of thing that the compiler is, well, not the compiler, the tokenizer is unable to recognize right now. So these invalids, pretty much. These invalids happen when there's some kind of failure state. So these should stay the same, I believe. So you either read a string, and if that fails, it's an invalid token. That's fair. But I think if you get to this point, then it's an invalid character. You're failing the tokenizer, which is not correct anymore. Now you should output token symbol at the current buffer and current position with a length of 1 and return true. Right, no more information needed after that. That should be enough. Okay. Okay. If I did it right. Perfect. Okay. So I can get rid of this, and obviously it still doesn't parse it, but at least it knows that there's a symbol here that it doesn't understand, and I can make my compiler understand it. So that is cool. Thank you, tokenizer. It is no longer invalid. It is now symbol. I'm just going to very quickly commit that. Symbol length 1, true. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I need to pull first. Oh, speaking of which, I made a change to my operating system, which is something that that happened a while ago. And it's the fact that in the terminal, you could try to run a command, and most of the times you wouldn't see the output because of a race condition type of thing. There were actually 2 different bugs happening, but I fixed them, so now you can. And I also added this little test command that is simply testing it's just doing internal tests to the system. Right now, the only one that it does is that it tries to read from a file descriptor that isn't its own and makes sure that it can't actually read any information. So it says successfully failed to read from a non-owned file, which means I wasn't able to access someone else's information, which is what it's testing for, so that's a good thing. All right. Terminal should then actually be useful now. All right. I just remembered somebody mentioned that they were having trouble with the terminal, and I wonder if it's because of that bug. So I should probably clarify. But back to this. All right. Yeah, we are able to recognize that there is an at symbol. And that means that we have some extra information to parse. So the rule parser needs to understand that. And now it's actually getting more complicated because this tokenizer is just outputting in a kind of a immediate mode. It's an immediate mode parser. It parses this and immediately outputs this. So you know what? Maybe I'm gonna skip. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the parser for now because that requires me changing it quite a bit. And I'm just gonna hard code the rules here. I asked an artist to use Linux Mint and for one thing he wanted to do. Required VLC 3.1. But on Linux there isn't a binary version, so he's left only with compiling from source, which is not something a normie has to do to fix an issue. So many people will say, yeah, but it's just running commands. What's the problem, even if you... It's so dumb. We shouldn't have to... We shouldn't ask people to run commands that they don't understand. Starting with that pretty obvious thing that a lot of people love to complain about. Maybe let's not do that. And also, just the fact that you have to do that is impractical and will stop the average person from wanting to do that in the first place. All right, so these rules that I created here manually, I now need to create... No, these rules that I created here to be parsed, I now need to create manually. That's what I mean. All right, so the first thing is there should be an enum to hold the semantic analysis action to be performed, or types, right? Which is a variable declaration, a function declaration, a jump, and a did I do any more than that? Jump, var, and scope. Semantic rules. And usually probably a good idea to include a sem rules count at the end of that. So we use it to count how many there are. And likewise, there are semantic elements like a type, a name, which are these over here. That's it. Okay. Sem element count. Okay. So rules can be tagged with one of these. Well, not the last one. So one of these, which simply indicates, you know, when my rule is tagged with var, it means this rule is used to generate a variable, to actually declare a variable. This one is used to declare a function. This one is used to declare a jump. This one is used to declare a scope. And then type is used to indicate which part of that they declare. a name, a type. That's it for now, but it'll probably get a little bit more complex eventually. Okay. So you can now define a not sure about all of these, maybe all of them. No, usually it's only for identifiers. Okay. Okay, so you should be able to declare that an identifier needs to be either semantically analyzed or is part of semantic analysis. So token identifier, no literal, as far as I know. Wait. One of these to declare that it is used for semantic analysis. So the rule is a variable declaration, and this indicates the type of the variable. This indicates the name of the variable. The other one is to check against the existing symbols. So one is a sim deck, and the other one is a sim check. Can it be both? No. I think it can't be both. Right. So for any rule, you can use it to declare a symbol. Or you can use it to check that a symbol is declared, or you can just do nothing. Sem action something with the type. Okay, so this one is a declaration. So that would be semantic action declare. And when you declare it as sem elem something. And the other one, you can do a sem action check. And you check against one of these rules, which is just sem underscore and the name that we pass in here. Whereas for you existing types, you do sem action none, and you don't pass a symbol in here. Okay. And those would be grammar elements. So I need to add a semantic action and an int sem value. The int, which is either this one or this one. I've noticed that Linux users on Reddit or forums can be helpful. Yeah, they tend to be very toxic. That's... Oh god. And not even super helpful a lot of times. They're just you'll just search like, how can I do this in Ubuntu? And they'll be like, well, why are you using Ubuntu? You would be much better off using Debian or using Fedora or using Arch. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to install an application, but let me just wipe my entire hard drive real quick. Just so that I can use the distro that some random anonymous person on the internet told me to use. Great advice. Oh, and by the way, you still didn't answer my question, so even if I did switch to the distro that you told me, I still don't know how to do what you told me. Yeah, they're not very nice people. For that matter, you'll also be like, hey, how do I do this in Windows? Switch to Linux. Is that the question I asked? Did you answer the question I asked? Or are you just being annoying? Okay, my compiler should still be able to compile properly. Yes, but now it has these new types that I can use in specific places to indicate specific rules, which I have to do manually, sadly. All right, where are these at? In the function call, in a function call, this identifier is no longer just a token, it is now a sim check of identifier func, which is to say, this identifier needs to be checked against the symbol table to make sure that the function that we're trying to call exists and is a function. This entire thing is not going to be great for type systems, but hey, it's a start. Like I said, this whole thing may fall apart. Okay, in a declaration, there is a sim declaration type and name. So in that rule, declaration, this is a sim dec type, and this is a sim dec name. So it means when you're doing a declaration, you're going to add a new symbol to the symbol table. This is its type, this is its name. Okay. Next one is in the jump, so the one right under that. This identifier is, again, symdec, a new symbol that you're going to be declaring. And it is a name. No, not in the jump. In the label. This is a sim check. So you're going to check that whatever you're trying to jump to is an actually declared label. Whereas here, you're going to declare a label using this as its name. Finally, this identifier and this identifier, you're going to check that they are variables. I believe those are all the rules. Okay, yes, those should be all the rules. How does one test things as they develop an OS? Well, for a lot of things, it's pretty obvious whether it works or not. For other things, for example, I'm starting to implement some testing. Actually, that's what I showed earlier. I already cannot compile it anymore. But I just wrote a simple like terminal application that checks the correctness of a syscall. So kind of like unit testing, integration testing, that kind of thing. It tends to be pretty important. I find that unit testing is very useful for systems, but I wish I had started doing it sooner, and I wish I was better at it. But little by little, I'm gonna start adding tests, which can help me make sure that I'm not breaking anything as I'm developing stuff, and I follow some very basic security guidelines. Like the test that I did before checks that you cannot open a file that is opened by someone else. So if a process opens a file, another process cannot read that file. As in, directly from the other process's memory. If it wants to read the file by accessing it in the file system itself, it is able to. But it cannot access the same exact file descriptor that someone else has, essentially. Okay. So all those rules should be implemented, but the system currently doesn't know how to do any kind of actual semantic analysis. First off, because we don't have a semantic analyzer, we have to still build that. But mostly because it doesn't know which rules require semantic analysis. So I've done these tags, but I haven't done these. Which is essentially going to be a list of symbols. What are they called? Semantic rules. Semantic analysis based on the grammar rules. And if I'm not mistaken, the syntax is rule block sem scope. Yes, that's how you do it. Okay, so block, scope, declaration var, label jump. Those are the only ones. Since we have function calls but no function declarations. Jump is JMP. And rule declaration is a variable declaration. That's it. And I'm assuming all the other ones are being populated at 0. I sure hope so. But I believe they are. Okay. So let's just shorten it. Okay, let's not shorten it. Let's also not misspell it. It is spelled like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Analysis.
It is spelled like that. Cool. Okay. Let's just do it like this, yeah? Shorten it like that. No? Also no? Okay, the semantic analyzer is simply going to tell us if it was able to analyze the semantics of an abstract syntax tree that it receives as input. Well, an abstract syntax stack. So maybe instead of calling it that, I can call it that. Let's maybe not do that. Right, that's enough jokes of that. nature. ast.h should be enough to import everything, yeah. As oriented programming. There you go. We've done our analysis. It works. All right. Okay. I should have plugged it into the system. By the way, I am going to remove this. Okay. So right now the semantic analysis is doing nothing. But the code generator is able to do this, which means that the semantic analysis succeeded. That error should stay. Just want to make sure that I got rid of all those annoying messages. Rule not found. What are you talking about? Rule not found. Code gen. You failed. Okay, the code generator might be a little bit buggy. It generates everything properly, but then it also outputs an error at some point. Probably when there are no more rules to check against. That's what I'm assuming. Anyway. Yeah, actually, that's what it means. It wasn't able to pop anything from the stack, which means it's done navigating the stack. So this error is... If this error doesn't precede it, then this error is kind of meaningless. It just means I reached the end. It should probably make it a little bit easier to understand, but yeah. Instead of costing money and privacy like Windows, Linux costs things more valuable: time, effort, and patience. Yeah, it does. I don't know about more valuable. It depends on how much you value each thing. I feel like they're, nowadays anyway, Linux is user-friendly enough that you really don't have to deal with so much bullshit for the average thing, right? I use Linux for streaming, I use Linux for programming, and I use Linux for gaming. When it comes to gaming, it's pretty hands-off right now, and literally just like go to Steam right now and just open whatever game I play, and all of them work pretty well. I do use my computer for other stuff, but I use a laptop and I have a Mac, which is actually the most user-friendly Unix POSIX system. So very similar to Linux, but way more user-friendly. So I use that to, I don't know, watch videos, use Discord, sometimes play games, but not really a whole lot. Even though Apple has actually invested a lot into Mac gaming lately, and you're starting to see the results of it. But I feel like I could easily do those things on Linux if I wanted to. No, what I also use my laptop for a lot is video editing and music production, which I don't think Linux is quite good at. I've heard good things about DaVinci Resolve, so yeah, maybe for video editing, but for music, absolutely fucking not. I think actually Mac is just a million years ahead of the competition in that sense. And for media production in general, Mac is pretty good. But for the average use case of just like doing random shit, I feel like Linux can probably handle it well enough. Okay. Okay, so there are no errors right now, so let's actually get started on the semantic analysis. Now, the code generator is already able to navigate the stack pretty well. So it actually uses this AST stack count. Eval rule. And then it the code generator currently has all the logic for navigating the abstract syntax stack pretty much here. So most likely I can just generalize it and reuse it. Don't know about the current indentation. I don't think that's part of it. Yeah, that's not important. So these three. Installing DaVinci Resolve is painful, really? I've never used it, but I've heard so many good things about it. Why do I keep deleting random shit? Okay. So I can now use the stack navigator type which I need to initialize. Cool. And works fine. This type can now be moved here. And this function can be moved I think actually these two functions can be declared here and implemented not in a new folder, but in a new file called ast.c, and then they can be reused. Like that. Also, another thing that I feel like Linux users kinda don't fully get is that they're technical users, even if you're not a programmer, even if you're not super knowledgeable, you're not a sysadmin, but you know a lot more than the average person. And that is a failure on Linux's part, that it requires you to have all this extra knowledge just in order to operate your machine. So when the average Linux user tells you, oh, but it's simple, it's not. Yeah, we all started somewhere, but you know who didn't start somewhere with that shit? Windows and Mac users. You just don't have to deal with that. You get on Windows, and yeah, your system is buggy as shit, but it mostly just works. And you get on Mac, and it just works. And you get on Linux, and it's like, well, if you want to make it work, you gotta learn how it works first. And then you have to make it work. You have to compile it from source. It's simple. It's simple. You just have to go to GitHub. You have to download this. You have to download that. You have the dependency, right? You don't have the dependency? Alright, hold on. Go to this GitHub page. Download this. Install that. Make it run. There's an error. You're not a programmer, but hey, Google the error. Maybe you'll find an answer. Okay, you got the dependency installed now. Oh, you need this other dependency as well. So go repeat the same cycle all over again. It's a pain in the ass to do anything in Linux, let's be clear. The average Mac user doesn't know what brew is. The average Windows user doesn't know what a PowerShell is, or whatever the fuck they call their program. I don't know. Because I've never had to do that stuff on Windows when I used to use it. There exist GUI package managers that do all this for you, yeah? And do all the packages work for it? Also, how many GUI package managers do I need to install just to install any application that I normally use? Okay. Everything should be correct. And I still wonder how much logic I am able to reuse from here. A lot of this is going to be the same, actually. No, wait, here. Where I need to have a stack navigator like this one. And then this eval rule thing is navigating through the rules No, its code is going to be very similar. Wayland doesn't allow push to talk? Damn. Oh, he's awake. Damn. Not even an hour of sleep. That's a new... Are you good? Wait, hold on. Are you good? Didn't even spend a single hour of sleep? Let's monitor him, make sure that he's okay. Okay. Don't feel amazing at having these two called the same name, so I'm gonna change it to analyze rule. And the other one should probably be changed to generate rule, but whatever. Like I said, the code generator was mostly just a proof of concept to make sure that we're able to actually generate code, which means that the AST is correct. All right. What I care about is that the element's action is not sem action none. And that means we should perform semantic action I with lm action for rule s. Oh, and also here in the code gen, I have these two things. They shouldn't really go here. They're actually going to go here. These two simple functions that just transform these enums and these enums into strings. And they shouldn't be declared here. They should be declared in rules.h. And I'm not putting their implementation in rules.c because that file is supposed to be auto-generated. Okay. So now the semantic analyzer also has access to them. And it should be able to do rule name over element rule. And this will tell me what... wait, actually. What action it is going to perform. But that action should also be done as a string for the symbol table anyway, so... I'm going to create a function for that too. A function that translates these into strings. So HR pointer sem action name semantic action ACT. Did I give it the same name? Sem action name? Yes. Okay. Just gotta return this. With a default returning nothing. And how is that? Oh, I didn't change the signature to semantic action. There we go. Not gonna lie, um the fact that talking about how non-user friendly Linux is and its community is kind of hostile sparked a conversation about how it's definitely not, kind of proves it a little bit. I see a man making his own OS and compiler, and I'm expecting to hear about luminescent CIA agents. I don't know about luminescent CIA agents, but as a Venezuelan, I have a lot of opinions about them. Okay, that should currently not do anything important, but we should see these prints a few times if everything went well. No, it didn't. Hold on. Multiple definitions of SN. Ah, shit. SSN. And the other one I'm gonna rename to GSN for generator stack navigation, and the other one is semantic stack navigator. Nope. Wait, I forgot. The only way that there currently is to run the program, to recompile and run the program while making sure that the program got recompiled and we're not running an old version of it, is to just remove the old version, compile the new version, and run it. Which sec faults. How in the name of fuck are you sec faulting, bro? I literally just copied your code from elsewhere where it works. How are you sec faulting? Well, besides the fact that I'm... Wait, no, hold on. This is the wrong code. How are you seg faulting, actually? Wait, what? Wait, no, hold on. I commented out the wrong line of code. Alright, there it is. So what is it about you? Wouldn't happen to be you now, would it? How is this sec faulting exactly? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm doing some weird shit there. Okay, that makes sense. Block declare found a token instead of rule. Also, just to keep stoking the flames of the Linux ease of use debate. I just want to bring this screenshot in for how easy it is to install an app on a Mac. And that's without the App Store. This is how easy it is. You take it and you drag it in. And with the App Store, you literally just click install and that's it. And that's already too many ways of installing things. It's so much easier than Windows. It shouldn't be any more difficult than that. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised that you're telling me that you found a token instead of a rule. You didn't find rule 4. You found another token instead of a rule, and then you reach the end, but you're able to generate code. Before that point, though, it's saying that it's declaring a symbol of type block. Well, no, it's the rule block is doing a declaration. And for that matter, it should tell me what that declaration is based on the LM NOP. No, the LM SEM value. Which right now we'll just keep as a number, so I don't have to do any parsing there. Declare 0, declare 1. How can they possibly be different? How can they possibly be different, bro? That sounds quite easily impossible. Okay, there's got to be something I'm missing here in the code. Because clearly I am not understanding what I'm doing. So I can bring back these logs, for example. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. This entire thing makes no sense. Checking if an element is a rule. No. What you gotta do is you gotta check the current rule to check what action you should do. That should be done up here, not in here. Yeah, this code makes no sense. And also, it relies on you advancing the state machine here, which I'm not doing, so that's why it gets out of sync and it produces errors. Okay, I understand. Main goals with the OS project. It's really interesting stuff. It's really interesting to see stuff like this, but I have no clue where to even begin. I guess it's mostly for fun, research, which is a fancy way of saying fun, exploration, and just to see what's up with these types of projects. So right now I'm doing a compiler, which is also the same thing, but when it comes to programming languages, because the entire OS is written in C. But I like to have control over the entire thing. What can I say? But I guess the main goal is mostly fun and just like researching new concepts without being locked down by legacy systems. Which, sadly, now that I have cross-platform support, I am a little bit locked down by some legacy, but like some function signatures, pretty much. That's about it. A compiler is as monumental a task as the operating system itself. Yep. I would say, yeah. That my compiler is gonna be very limited at the beginning. I'm not planning on doing a full compiler. A full compiler takes code as input and produces an executable as output. That's not my plan. And even most compilers nowadays, actually what they do is they take code as input and they produce an intermediate representation that then gets picked up by a compiler backend, usually LLVM, which then produces the executable. But even then, that's still pretty much the same thing, just like with an extra step. What I'm doing is a little bit like that, but instead of an intermediate representation, I'm trying to do C specifically as the language that it compiles to. And also, I'm not planning on making like an entire spec compliant implementation of a programming language. I'm just trying to do the features that I use. And I am implementing my compiler in a weird way. Transpiler, yeah, actually, yeah. Because I'm trying to not necessarily do it the standard way because I don't need to. Usually, compilers tend to translate. I've done a proper compiler once, but I am genuinely not interested in doing it the normal way. I'm interested in doing it in a way that works for me. Actually, hey, LLVM just gave me exactly what I wanted. So LLVM is like the main backend for compilers. The one that takes an intermediate representation of the code. Usually it doesn't matter if the code used to be C or C++ or any other language. It gets compiled to the same intermediate representation. And then LLVM takes that intermediate representation and turns it into executables for x86, ARM, specific architectures. It applies specific optimizations to those architectures. And so it's nice to use that. But I'm not even planning on targeting LLVM. I'm targeting GCC. So essentially my compiler goes on top of the C compiler. It probably won't scale. Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned about that, to be honest, but yeah. What parts do you think won't scale? Because honestly, like I said, haven't really bothered. Well, I'm experimenting all that stuff, so I'm just not sure how well it will scale, how it will work, all that stuff. But if you've noticed some bottleneck, I think it's better to know now. For the semantic analyzer, I've definitely noticed a bottleneck in doing it like this. Which is that it will get very... Well, one thing that I noticed is it's not very simple to do type checking here. For example, when you do a function call, that right now the function call can only be done as its own statement. So you can only do it like this. But in reality, you can do a function call like this. In which case, the return type of hello needs to be either an int or compatible with an int. And doing that type of check, once I introduce a rule like this, doing this type of check is going to be a little bit difficult with the current system that I have. So I did notice that. But I guess we'll get to that eventually. Alright, you both sent in those messages at the exact same time and they're both pretty long. Most modern compilers no longer rely on format syntax rule definitions, with the reason being that it usually inserts too much look-ahead or a series of very long chains of look-ahead and backtrack. Yeah, I know that. Well, implementing syntax in a recursive descent, like I mentioned yesterday, gets rid of some of the branches that would otherwise be validated in a formal manner. In the issues, you're focusing on rules. The language rules are very, very high level. You want to go down a few levels of abstraction. Think of parser as code that takes in tokens and puts out a tree of operations by finding the relation between the tokens. So essentially design the parser in a different way, is what you're saying. No, I understand that. The thing about it is that the parser, it's... The backtracking thing I definitely noticed. Yeah, it is generating a parser. Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're going for. This parser here, for example, which is a much simpler parser, but a much more detailed one, is kind of a little bit better in that sense, in that it understands the rules that it creates. But the parser that I have right now is very generic. And yeah, you're right that it's going to make it difficult for error messages, and it's making it difficult for semantic analysis. Yeah, I agree with that. It's more so... That's also one of the reasons why I want to limit it to what is essentially a scripting language on top of C. Or a little bit of a helper syntax on top of C. Just an extension of C, if you will. Because that way I can just take C and compile that. I mean, take it, compile to C, and then compile that. But yeah, the parser, like the way that it's done right now, literally with just like all of these functions. How many even are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 functions. Is very basic. You want to output an AST or precursor to an AST? I am outputting a precursor to an AST. The difference is I'm not turning it into an AST, I'm just directly traversing it. That I am doing. The problem is simply that it because it is based off of this, it makes it harder to do proper error messages or proper analysis. I do have it. I do have that. I'm not doing operations directly on the... Well, I am doing that in the rule parser, but I'm not doing that in the actual compiler. In the actual compiler, I am using an AS stack, which is not an abstract syntax tree because it's not in a tree, it's in a stack structure. But that is what I'm doing. The other thing, though, that the parser technically has the compiler itself has no idea what the language looks like. And because it doesn't know what the language looks like, that does limit me somewhat. Also, in terms of performance, you can probably do a hard-coded parser like this one a lot better. Because this one like fully understands the syntax that it is trying to parse. It's like, okay, I expect to find an identifier, otherwise that's an error. Because it's a very simple grammar that it's trying to parse. It's trying to parse this grammar. And that makes it incredibly easy for me to put some very specific error messages. Like, if I put this in, well, to be fair, the error message that I have is not particularly well written, but it tells me exactly unrecognized grammar token 2. I could make this message even more specific. Whereas a parser that is more generic like this one, not really. But once this parser not this parser, once the compiler itself becomes more advanced and it is capable of doing more things, I can actually, instead of generating this, generate an actual parser. An actual code-generated parser, which is going to be a lot better. And then I can do all those things that we're talking about without needing to do all that. So more so, this generic type of parser is helpful right now for a language syntax that is going to be changing a lot, and for an initial language syntax. Because I don't know what my language looks like. Yesterday I mentioned some ideas that I had for what the language should look like what its syntax and what it should allow you to do on top of what C currently does. But all of that is subject to change. All of that is subject to experimentation. And this compiler, this structure for a compiler can be pretty good for an experimental compiler. One that you can very easily iterate through. One that you can just go in here, change a word, and you changed your entire programming language like that. I wouldn't call it particularly reliable, and I wouldn't call it particularly helpful when you make a mistake. So that I agree with. And was there another thing? I think more so that this compiler can eventually help me generate a better parser. But the AST I am generating. It's just not in the structure of a tree. Oh, the backtracking. Yeah. To be fair, I'm gonna be completely honest. Not even sure on the full definition of a recursive descent parser. It's a top-down parser built from some mutually recursive procedures, where each such procedure implements one of the non-terminals of the grammar. A predictive parser is a recursive parser that does not require backtracking. Predictive parsing is possible only for the class of LLK grammars, which are context-free grammars for which it exists some positive integer k that allows a recursive parser to decide which production to use by examining only the next k tokens of input. Right. I surprisingly understood that. I have to admit, yesterday, when they mentioned recursive descent parsers, I was like, okay, hold on. I don't remember the definition of that. Let me read it on Wikipedia. And it was like, as if I was reading Russian. But now I fully understood what it means. Obviously, I don't know what an LLK grammar looks like in a formal definition of it. But I do understand that. I'm not super concerned about performance for the time being, to be completely honest. Look ahead. Is it? L stands for left, though, right? It requires look ahead of k tokens, yeah. So implementing something like that is not something I'm interested in right now. I feel like the current structure that I have for a compiler is better for experimenting. I would have never bothered implementing a parser generator if I knew what my language was going to look like. I feel like that doesn't make a lot of sense. But I don't know what my language looks like, and I have the advantage of being able to change it by just changing a text file. With the disadvantage that then I don't know what the problem is, if there is a problem in your syntax. And it's not performant because I cannot implement something like what we've been talking about. So yeah, that I understand, but it's definitely not like a first implementation type of thing. Let's call this one a prototype. And this one is closer to the structure of how a compiler should be. Does it do look ahead of any kind? Again, the syntax for this is super simple. So it might... There is an ad on Twitch. No, it doesn't do look ahead because it's that simple of a syntax. No, no, I'm not sure if you're watching an ad. So I'll respond to that in 2 minutes and a half. I'll be right back. All right, here we are back again. Okay, so you weren't in an ad, but yeah. I guess when you implement things in this manner, that is kind of the disadvantage that you have. You do it in the most naive way possible, but doing things in the most naive way possible, I think, makes you more I don't know, to me it feels like I understand things a lot better if I do them like that. First off, like I could implement a compiler by just like looking at those resources, that I did take a look at them a little bit, but not too closely. You could implement a compiler by looking at those resources, and they're telling you about all the amazing ways that compilers have evolved since they were first introduced, and how they are how modern compilers are built for modern programming languages, and how they can handle modern programming languages, and how they can be optimized. But personally, I find it a lot easier to go through the process myself. Well, not easier, but more valuable to go through the process myself. Which is also lie. Why, as always, I'm amazing at speaking. Which is always, oh my god, which is also why I have stumbled on that sentence so much that I have forgotten where it was going. I completely blanked. I'm sorry about that. Um, but yeah, just doing things like that kind of teaches you how did we get to the point that we're currently at. So yeah, the compiler that I'm designing is not gonna be, and I never aim to make it the GCC replacement, the GCC killer. The language is not gonna be the next C. I'm not trying to compete with Rust and Zig and Odin and Thor and Loki on the fucking war for what the next C-like programming language is gonna be. That's not the plan at all. The plan is to do something that fits what I'm doing, while also learning more about compiler design, and I feel like this teaches you a lot more. Oh, okay, I remembered where that sentence was going, which is also why when you suggested doing or using a parser generator, whatever those are actually called, I said, nah, let's just do it manually. Because, yeah, I could skip it. I could skip the process, but what's the point of that? For the same reason that why did I make an operating system when I could have just used Linux or made a Linux distro? I could have easily made a Linux distro, but that wouldn't have been the same. And for that matter, the features that my operating system has that some others don't, or the things that I did a little differently, but first off, I wouldn't have been able to build within the constraints of Linux, but also I wouldn't have built if I hadn't gone through the process myself. So I feel like not only does it teach you more, but it also opens you up to possibilities of doing things your own way, something that fits your use case and whatever you want. I did end up writing a parser generator, but that was always the plan. I don't think it was explicitly always the plan, but to be honest, to me, that feels like the easiest way to generate a language. You're experimenting with what the syntax to your language should be like, what features do you want it to have. A parser generator that is actually apparently able to generate the semantic analysis, or very basic semantic analysis, is a pretty good way of doing that. Maybe version 2 of the compiler is not going to be based off of the same kind of a generic parser that I have, because it is a parser generator, but the parser itself is generic, because it doesn't actually generate the parser, it generates the rules for the parser. So maybe version 2 is going to generate the parser itself, and then it's going to be a lot less naive, a lot better performant, and a lot more efficient. But that's for the future. Maybe once I want to make the compiler actually compile to executable. In that case, I'll care about performance. In that case, I'll care, and the language will be a little bit more stable in the sense that I'll know what I want it to look like. Semantics are very hard to change. How much do you change semantics though? For C-like languages, aren't semantics kind of very similar to each other? Oh, either way. Now that the ad is over, it's time to actually get going with these semantics. So, no, I do want to improve on C, but like, yeah, the cool thing, quote unquote cool thing, about doing things like this, where the plan is my language goes through my transpiler, becomes C, goes through GCC, becomes an executable. I don't have to worry about improving on C all that much, besides in terms of syntax. And all of the rules that I mentioned yesterday kind of have to do with syntax, and a little bit with like memory management. That's about it. Anything more complex than that, very basic memory management, mind you, because even more complex memory management would require a semantic analyzer that's more complex than this. But yeah, most likely the semantics are going to be hard-coded. The only part that I didn't hard-code is this tagging system, which just indicates which token or which symbol or which element is each part of the process. That's it. At the end of the day, the semantics are very much hard-coded. A variable has a type and a name. That's not going to change. What changes is in the code what represents what. Because I could easily create a declaration that looks like this instead. And then this would be the name, and this would be the type. But that doesn't change the fact that you declare a variable by, maybe like this. This would be the name, this would be the type, and then it would have a value. The actual semantic analysis doesn't change. What changes is just the syntax of it. So the semantic analysis rules are actually hard-coded, which I'm okay with. What's not hard-coded is how it relates to the syntax. And that's kind of what I was going for, so I'm okay with that. Okay, the current rule, what I wrote here is super wrong. We need to go through the semantic analysis rules. For the current rule and see if there is one. And then we'll need to do something with that. For rule name, where it's actually current rule. And the rule itself, do I have a generator that gives me that name? No, I don't. So let me create one. Something that transforms these semantic rules into strings. Why did I choose C? C is very simple, has no hidden complexity. Very familiar with it. It's used by... I did that entirely wrong. It's used by most... No, it's used by everybody, pretty much. I wonder if I would have chosen Zig if I had been more familiar with it at the time that I started this project, but I don't spend too much time worrying about that. But any other language, I don't think. I was talking before about how the so-called systems programming languages like Zig, Rust, or Swift even are not actually good for that type of stuff. And how a low-level-ish language like C is pretty good for that. I'm not familiar enough with Zig to know if that actually would have been a viable option. I just think that it has that no hidden complexity thing, which is pretty important when you're doing systems programming. And it doesn't get in your way about memory management and shit like that, which is also pretty important when it comes to systems programming. Which are two things that C has that other so-called systems languages don't. Actually, C++ has some hidden complexity that's honestly kind of annoying. I do use it a little bit, but honestly, another thing that I really want to do is get rid of it with this compiler. Let's go for embedded systems. Although, I don't know about this list. I don't know that I agree with most people. With most lists that I could have clicked on. I don't think that I would have agreed with most of them. I don't use C for my job. I use Swift mostly. Swift, a little bit of Kotlin. C or C++? I mean, C++ is also pretty good, let's face it. It is. Just every once in a while, there is some hidden complexity. You hear? What was it? Index map? Some hidden complexity that has caused problems in the past. And that's not even being used at a low level. If I used it in a low level, I cannot imagine. I do have C++ in a few of my drivers, but that's why I think it's going to be particularly easy to translate it to C, because it used to be C, and then I just wrapped it in a class and called it C++. That's pretty much it. In that sense, there isn't that much hidden complexity in it because it's C. Python at your job? Oof. That sucks. I've had to deal with React for a little bit, and that was not fun. Anyway, back to this list. Hold on, it was already open. Top 10 best embedded systems programming languages in 2025. C, I've already said how it is. C++, I've already said it has a couple more downsides than C, but you've got a point. Java runs in a virtual machine. Runs in a virtual machine, and you're telling me that it's good for embedded systems programming? Right? Python, an interpreted language. Rust. I've already talked about Rust. You have to constantly ask it for permission in order to do anything that you would do in an embedded system. Ada. I'm gonna skip this one. I don't know it. Same for Lua. Same for B Sharp. IDK about B Sharp. I don't know about that one. Verilog. It's a hardware description language used frequently in embedded systems programming. Okay. I don't know about AI generated. Wait, this is blogs though. I don't know that it's AI generated, but I feel like I've seen this. This one says the same too. Number 1, C++, not even C, just C++. Number 2, Python. Number 3, Java. Rust. Number 4, Java. Who is writing Java for a fucking embedded system, bro? Who's doing that? Verilog is not for embedded systems? I mean, they called it a hardware description language, so I feel like that would have been perfect, but again, I don't know about it. I know that Java and Python being essentially interpreted languages, both of them. I mean, Java is great for low level, you know, for the Java virtual machine, but besides that, no. For the actual for an actual embedded system, you're running an entire machine that then runs inside the machine. I feel like that's kind of wasting time. HDL doesn't work like C. You describe the actual chip and how you want it to act. You don't write code that runs. I'm curious about that. I actually don't know. All right. To design chips makes sense. But wouldn't the same code also be able to... I mean, to be fair, what did they say in the article? Design custom hardware. Okay, so that's what they said. That is required by the embedded system. All right, fair. Fair. You've got a point. All right. Yeah, I think it's not for designing the embedded system driver, it's for designing the actual embedded system itself. Okay, did I finish creating the rule that I was doing? Sem rule name for the thingy right here. Okay. It's probably still gonna struggle, isn't it? Yeah. Performing semantic analysis rule scope for block. That makes sense. Yeah. And that's where the actual semantic analysis is gonna happen. However, this code is advancing the state machine that I'm using to traverse the stack. And inside that if statement that currently only has a comment, there should be some more code to do that. Only here? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because these are skipped. So in this case, I want to do this thing. Otherwise, the state machine is not going to run properly. think I can currently just ignore it. Just do that. And then close, and I can even bring this back if I want to, but I probably shouldn't. No, it still fails. Describing flip-flop logic gates and signals in memory. That makes sense. Advent of FPGA Challenge 2025. They need a slightly better name, but cool initiative. And a slightly better timeline, to be completely honest, but... Yeah, this is probably not something you can just do in an afternoon, right? We're inviting the community to join us in the spirit of 2025 after Advent of FPGA. I highly doubt you could do it in an afternoon like you can with Advent of Code. So where is it? Pick any puzzle you like to build synthesizable RTL with realistic I/O. Bonus points if you do it in hard cam L. We're excited to see the clever designs. Wait. So we're talking about taking an Advent of Code challenge and doing it in hardware. Did I understand? Like, probably not actually manufacturing the hardware, but like with a hardware description language. Jesus Christ. Pick any puzzles you like too. At least one and up to as many as you want. That is insane. Anyone here actually done that? No, I know you could. I just think you shouldn't. If you're talking about actually manufacturing it. Yeah, there it is. Actually, I would want to look a little bit into hardware. Only $7,000! Yeah. Well, let's go. I'm making my own computer to run my own OS, compile with my own compiler, and Terry Davis got nothing on me. Oh, and I should probably implement my own version control at some point or another. Alright. Just put them on into one. I can imitate Terry Davis, Linus Torvalds, but not Bill Gates. Not that guy. You get 7,000 chips. Do you? $1K. Yeah, $1K makes more sense. Still not bad. Then again, I wouldn't know if this is a good deal or not. I'll let you guys decide. But hey. Make it part of requirement of for some challenge. I don't think no, it's not required. They're just talking about designing it, not actually implementing it. In the advent of FPGA. I don't like this name at all. Like, I can't lie. If you want to implement it, that's on you. You get them turned into a real IC in China for like 1.5K. Hardware is so cheap. 9 USD an IC that does whatever you want it to. I mean, if you have a market for it, that's not half bad. It's just not a hobbyist or prototyping thing. And shit, considering the way that hardware is going nowadays. It's definitely not for prototyping. There are other options for prototyping, right? No, probably more expensive than $9, but cheaper than that. You test your design exclusive. Yeah, FPGAs. Those are actually programmable, whereas this one is not. Aren't they kind of expensive too? Yeah, but you wouldn't need to buy one for every single design you do because they're programmable. Again, talking out of my ass here, but hey. In the meantime, clearly doing something wrong here. The eval rule here does switch rule and then eval rule. And then this one does output literal, but it doesn't consume any tokens. Pump stack and then output the token. Or output a literal for anything else. That didn't get picked up. Wait. I think I inverted a condition, didn't I? Yeah. That's probably the issue. Korea subs? Okay, that worked. Nope. It still says phone token instead of rule. Yeah, it worked better. So it goes through the statement. No, it goes through the block, then the statement, then the declaration. Then it goes through this, and this, finds the expression, and then found token instead of rule. So the token didn't get consumed properly. Block declares 0, 1. That's not right. One thing I do realize. This condition should go up here. This one should go here. That will probably fix it. Yep. Okay. Cool. We're properly traversing the tree to do semantic analysis. Although, I'm a little bit confused by the fact that they all say block check. Oh, no, hold on. I shouldn't be super confused about that. Um, Okay. Get rid of this, for example. Systems of modules. FPGA, ARM core undum, usually an FPGA with 256 logic blocks, 2000, 3000. 500 USD total startup costs. And of course, there's licensing involved. Amazing. All right, so performing semantic analysis, scope for block, scope for block, scope for block, scope for block. That makes sense. They all say scope for block though, but eventually you get to jump. Scope, block, scope, block, scope, block, jump, scope, block. Did I not declare them for... There should be more here. Declaration should have one. Okay, so there's a little something here wrong. Declare func... this is super wrong. Okay, something here is awfully wrong. It's a little bit hard to tell exactly what's going on, but maybe I can add a little bit of debug information since I have that. Okay, here it says block declare var. Declare is correct. Block is not. This is not a block. This is... this is wrong too. So I'm not sure if I'm just reading these values wrong or what, but... Okay, it says that the rule name is block. It isn't. All right, hold on. Jester, please don't start licking yourself all afternoon. It's... I'm just gonna put on headphones, but I have nothing playing, so I can still hear it. It's just so distracting. Okay. That's my dog's favorite pastime for when he's awake. He's either sleeping or licking his paws. Okay. So it says performing semantic analysis, rule scope for block. Cool. And if I bring this back, we should see that we started a block because, yeah, all of this is one block of code. So that makes sense. And it says that it's performing a scope rule, which is to say creating a symbol table for that scope. Right, so anything within here is part of that scope. You like sleeping on your desk while you're working? That's not that bad. Well, yeah, it can be bad. He used to be pretty clingy too when I was on my laptop. Sitting on the couch with my laptop on top of my lap. And then he would like grab me with his paw to pet him. But he's not allowed on the couch anymore, so. Okay. Yeah, so we're performing this rule, which we're currently not doing anything, but that doesn't matter. We're then going into a statement and a declaration, which means we're currently looking at this. And here, this int is a type, not... It is a declaration. It helps us declare. So that makes sense. I don't know why it says block here. And I don't know why it says var here. No, var is correct. What I don't know is why this one says func. Because if I look at the rules. Oh, another thing is that when it says current rule declaration, you should also say performing semantic analysis rule scope, rule something for declaration, which it isn't doing. So I'm a little bit confused by that. All right, so let me actually fix that one first, because I feel like you're not performing semantic analysis properly. I haven't read any books when it comes to compilers. I've built some in the past. That's about it. I guess college stuff. Yeah, for declaration, it should be var. So semantic analysis rules. Wait, is var? Oh, wait, hold on. That's why. I was doing an if check, and this one has value 0, so that was false, so it failed. Okay, so I think that bug is probably fixed. Yes, I see it there. Okay, so we're creating a new scope, and then inside of that, we're creating a new variable. Cool. And somehow it's already fixed itself a little bit. Okay, so that's good. Then inside of that, you should detect not block. I don't know why you think it's probably because it's 0. That's probably why that says block. Yeah, so this, okay, let me actually format that message properly and maybe it will make sense. Right now that message is super outdated, so why do I want you to tell me? I want you to tell me that it's a declaration, and I want you to tell me what role it plays inside that declaration. And then you can tell me the symbol, the value of it. So not the rule, but the action, declare, and then not the semantic value. Well, yeah, the semantic value, but it's not a rule. I think that's where I'm going wrong. Yeah, var func jump scope. Yeah, so I need to create a new rule here for... This is another thing that I want my compiler to automate. Creating strings out of enums. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Type, element, name, and no count, actually. That's it. Then... Wait, I already did declare this? My multi-chat is out of date? Why? Oh, wait, I gave it the same name as Dia. Oh, this is kind of painful. The watch streak message? Oh, no, I know that. Although usually I see that on my laptop. Right now I can't. I have it closed. What's your problem now? Conflicting types. No, wait, what? Yeah, that was the wrong one. This is the one I meant to override. I'm gonna have to clean up the names of these functions. Compile time evaluation of function calls. What does that imply exactly? It's going well. We're doing semantic analysis, just a very basic version of it. I feel like it's okay. We'll see. Are you done complaining? You're done complaining. Cool. Okay, so it's this. Get sem elem name. Now it says scope block. Declare type int, declare name y. We did it. No, not you complaining. I meant the compiler. Okay. I think this is good. So, in a way, kind of created a symbol table, right? If that's the case, let me try to print one. Shit. There. And for that matter, there. You can define variables that have the value evaluated at compile time. If you're declaring a global, you could initially use it with a simple expression. You need to evaluate it. Oh, okay. Nice. When you want to allow function calls and more complex evaluations. Yeah, that increases the complexity quite a bit. I mean, aren't you risking running an entire damn program while compiling? And if so, can you run Doom? Okay. This looks kind of messy. Well, a little bit wrong in the way that I implemented it, really in the rules, more than anything. It's the fact that I said that a block creates a new scope, but a block is a recursive rule. So, that means that every single line of code is its own scope. So I need to expand the grammar a little bit, because block is not truly accurate. Well, it doesn't accurately represent a scope because it is recursive. For example, a scope would be inside of the if statement. So here, this is a scope. This isn't. This is the inside of a scope. But it doesn't change the fact that the parser itself is technically correct. Project source available. Yeah, you can do exclamation point git, and that will take you to my GitHub. I think to the operating system source, if I'm not mistaken, but then you can go to my user and you can find it. It's called cred. What's this? Check at nothing draw. Why is it nothing? That is a function call. Func. Oh, wait, it's generating checks as well, which it shouldn't be. For the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna get rid of this, because like I said, yeah, the definition of a scope right now in the language itself is wrong. So it just kind of pollutes the output with a bunch of these that mean nothing. Also, we don't really have scopes all that much in the code, so the only ones that have it are the if statements. So I'll need to make that work properly. Maybe I'll do it after I know that this is working. But that's number one. Number two is that you need to check semantic action declare. You declare a symbol. If instead you're supposed to check for a symbol, you gotta ask, does exist where not this, you also don't need to put this in here. You want to check that the token and rule name. Okay. So we're declaring a symbol of type integer name y, a symbol of type integer name x, a label of type y, underscore of name y underscore loop, a name x underscore loop, and then we're asking, does the function draw exist? Does the variable x, the variable y, variable x, does the jump x loop exist? So the label x loop exist? Does variable y exist? Variable y, function printf, and then that's it. Okay, so for a very simple implementation of this, it's technically correct. We're not storing any of the information, but it is technically correct. It also does not have a concept of a scope. Well, it does have a concept of a scope, but it's kind of dumb. So I'll need to expand it. But again, actually, based on the conversation that we had earlier, I did realize the semantic rules are not well, clarified more so. The semantic rules are not dynamic. They're always the same. So the semantic analyzer is always the same. What changes is what element of the tree or what element of the code represents each part of the semantic rule. Okay. I think we're good. I might as well just comment this if statement out. Cool. All right. That was a lot easier Then I remember it being, and I still wish I had source code for the other compiler that I built to see how I handle this stuff. Because I don't know why, but I feel like I struggled with getting symbol tables right. We're just looking at it here. I technically got it. Somewhat easily. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm trying to remember what it was that I struggled with. I'm trying to understand. I need to see this language a little bit closer because I've been hearing some crazy stuff about it again. Between C and C++, just like Holy C. Last year I got into... Is it called Jai? I think it is. I've maybe heard one person pronounce it once, so not entirely sure. Then again, I learned how to pronounce Omachi like last week. And I still have to pause and make sure that I do it correctly. So, who cares? Literally my first video on YouTube, I say operative system instead of operating system, so what do I know? No destructors, no garbage collection, no runtime, no virtual functions, not a memory safe language. Cool. It's what C++ should have been. Bold claim. I'm excited. Focus on games. Oh, right. It's made specifically for games. I forgot about that. Increasingly high-level languages haven't increased productivity. Same goes for AI, by the way. Designed to solve hard problems, avoid small features that only solve easy problems. Game logic bugs are harder and more frequent than memory bugs. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. You're onto something. Memory safe techniques are too rigid for games, or for anything. Debug mode runtime checks can detect most memory bugs. Bold claim. How does the Rust community feel about that claim? I wonder. Experiment with new ideas in a small closed beta. Well, I wouldn't know about that. I mostly just opened this to see the syntax of it. That is horrifying. Let me at least like... No, that's not gonna work. This syntax is kind of ugly. I'm being nice with that word. The kinda word. 4K monitor. Nice. It's pretty nice. I can't lie. I have a 4K monitor and non-4K monitor. But then again, all the important stuff happens on this monitor. Gaming happens on this monitor. Coding happens on this monitor. This one I mostly use when I'm streaming. Or like maybe on a Discord call. That's about it. I cannot get over how ugly the syntax is. .1440p monitor. Honestly, like most monitors are fine. All right, hold on. There's an ad starting. So, gonna look at this a little bit more after I psychologically prepare for it for 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, here we are. I turn off Dark Reader, by the way. I keep forgetting that I can turn it off for a specific page. But really what I would want to do is turn it off temporarily, only for like 5 minutes or so. I cannot get over how ugly this syntax is. Jesus. No ad again? Damn. Just luck, huh? It does have something that somebody suggested in my Discord yesterday for syntax for my language, which is declaring a helper function inside of a function to be used directly where you declare it. Which is this, and well, this is the function. That, I mean, I liked the suggestion. Oh, no, this is not that. The suggestion was doing something like this, pretty much. You know, something like that. Immediately invoked lambda. Is that what it's called? But yes. When I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's a lambda. I like the idea because it's essentially a lambda, which I want to implement. But yeah, pretty much. I like the idea of doing that. It's useful a couple times, but it is useful. Yeah, that gets the point across, definitely. Yeah. Immediately invoked function expression is a JavaScript term, but it's a programming language idiom, so it's not just a JavaScript term. Although it was popular in JavaScript and then common JS and ES modules. Isn't that just JavaScript? I may be wrong, but it feels like just JavaScript. Except their syntax for it is that. Well, I guess for no, I don't know about this. It's like, what happens if I need to pass? I don't know. Again, I'm not even at a point where I can design the language yet. I'm just designing a basic compiler so that I can then design the language. It's going well, but we're not there yet. People had the great idea of making JS execute outside the browser. Yep. I found out recently that was because of Atom. Thank you for that. Should I just, when I do that, right? I don't want to write the whole thing that I wrote before. Should I just allow it to use variables from outside in the same way that you can inside an if statement? Then it wouldn't be a lambda, so to speak. And actually, no, because when you compile that, it would compile to, you know, this pretty much. No, well. It will compile to this C code, and so current rule doesn't exist here. So I do need to have some kind of capture group type of thing. So I do need to pass it that, which then this would get compiled as that. So in that case, the real syntax for that would be, in fact, this, which is ugly as hell. And it's essentially just a lambda that you declare in the moment, but isn't there better syntax for this? Then again, we're looking at JavaScript for syntax. What the fuck is this? We're looking at JavaScript for syntax and then complaining that it's ugly. JavaScript does do this, which is nice. But of course, that means I can't just compile it to a helper function and then call it a helper function. So instead, I guess it would compile to what? I mean, avoiding the function call would be nice. I guess this would have to compile to this. I like the idea, not sure on the implementation, but I would like the syntax to be as simple as less repetitive as possible. Otherwise, what's the point? Just create a function or a lambda. But yeah, it could work if I do it like that, replacing the return with the actual function declaration essentially, which just makes it a little bit of syntactic sugar for your function declaration. But I feel like that's the most straightforward way of doing it. And I don't mind that. It wouldn't even be that. This would translate to this, where the return gets replaced with an assignment. Okay, so that I like. But again, let me maybe finish the damn language, and then I can bother with what that language is gonna look like. Well, let me bother with the semantic analysis first. All right. I do have the semantic analysis working well in the print of it all, in the sense that here I'm declaring a variable of type int called y, an int called x, a label called y loop, and a label called x loop. Just as I expect, there shouldn't be any more besides these. This. Oh, draw and printf are being checked that they exist, but they don't necessarily need to be declared. Actually, there's no way to declare functions just yet. So yeah, in the print of it all, it works. But of course, we need to declare a symbol with the current rules that I have. It shouldn't be too difficult to do it because that's just here. But yeah, the way that I implemented these tag thingies only works if you attach it to a token and it's relative to, well, no, hold on. If you attach it to a token like I'm doing here, and it's relative to the rule itself. So if instead of being an identifier here, it was, I don't know, you allow an expression as a type somehow for whatever stupid reason you want to do that, then it won't work, because the type would go here. But again, don't think you're going to be doing that. Declarations tend to be pretty straightforward, so we can get quite far with that, I believe. All right. Just going to declare a symbol here. Won't always need to be there, but whatever. sim dot type and sim dot name are given to us by node t. But based off of this. Semantic element, whoops, semantic element type, then you assign the type. And if instead it's the semantic element name, you assign the symbol name. Don't print this anymore. And at the very end, if, hold on. Not entirely sure about the logic here. What you're doing is a declaration, I guess. But this. It's a variable function jump. So those three. Another thing I would like to have is something like this. Which is just like, if it's one of these, pretty much. Translates to something like this. Or this syntax is probably better. This would translate to if semantic analysis rules current rule equal to set jump, semvar, or semfunc. So right now I have to write it like this, and it's kind of annoying. Then here we emit the symbol. As type name Wikipedia had an example of a symbol table, and I kind of want to look at it real quick because here it is. Symbol name, type, scope. Okay, yeah. What I wanted to see is like the type refers to whether it's an int, a float, a void, all that stuff. But it also refers to whether it's a function, a variable, or whatnot. And here it just puts them all together, which is kind of shit. I'm not sure that that's correct, but I want to separate them. And right now I am separating them. Sim type. And do it that way. The way that Wikipedia does it, I don't think anyone would do it that way, right? Or the way that I'm doing it. Which is to separate them. I feel like you would separate them. That feels correct. Yeah, you have to separate. Okay. Yeah, because I have them separate here. I have symbol, type, and name, but symbol isn't super descriptive. So, like, I would want to have it... I don't know what word to use. What word would you recommend I use for this? Am I changing the wrong thing? No, okay. I just have my cursor in the wrong place. I use symbol for any param variable or static member. Okay. I guess I'm going to use the word symbol for now. And also, this isn't even a... token. It is actually one of these. I'll probably have to take a little look at all these function and variable and type names and whatnot. I feel like they're not super descriptive. Semantic rules, sim type. Should be semantic type. And also which one parses the semantic type. Sem rule name. Yeah, this is not super clear. Sim type, which is actually not being set. Did I skip something? What the hell happened? If my language didn't need function overloading, having the functions in a symbol table would be okay. Fair, I did mention symbol function overloading, but we'll see eventually. We'll see. Also mention argument names in the function call. So again, let's just get something that works and then evolve from there. Okay, why do you cut off? Well, because this is wrong. Okay, var integer y, var integer x. Does draw exist? X, y, x, 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 loop? Yeah, so, that's wrong. Yeah, okay. That was supposed to be label. I've been looking at the function, at the variable declarations. I wasn't looking at the label declarations. Okay, so we have a variable of type integer with name y, a variable of type integer of name x, a label to jump to, no type, that makes sense, of name y loop, same thing for x loop, and your app is public on the Play Store. Nice. Yo. Congratulations. Not only do I not have a media server, I don't have an Android. So That's not helpful. But hey, congratulations. No Mercy Media Server. May share these data types with third parties. App activity and device and other IDs. Personal info messages. What are you up to, Stony? What's going on here? Scoped symbols, one table for functions and candidate matching, and one only for member variables, which is used for enums and quick checking if a member exists on a type. I see. For speed purposes. Yeah, I feel like what I'm doing right now is you know, built for a language that checks if a function exists but has no way of declaring that function. So once I actually get to doing something important, it will be a little bit more hands-on than that. It also technically declares a scope for every line of code, which is wrong. I'll see if I can fix that. But in terms of symbol table, it's there. I'm not saving it anywhere, but it is there. That's more than when my parser just checked your code and was like, yep, looks good to me. This is a non-allocating function, right? Okay, good. Wait. Okay, at least it's not empty there. It just says that there's no type because it's a jump. It's a label, really, not even a jump. I use permissions that require me to declare it. That makes sense. Technically a transfer of data, even if it's going to your own media server. That's what someone stealing my data would say. They've got a point. That's why I haven't even bothered thinking about permissions all that much in my system, because I feel like it's not incredible the way that any system that I've seen does it. Like, I highly doubt that you're looking at my messages. So it's really weird that Android would say that about your app. And maybe I'm misunderstanding it, because again, I don't know Android. But like, I see that your app is collecting messages, and I'm like, I'm not downloading this. But it feels kind of misleading, because I don't believe you're probably doing that. Personal info is so broad. What personal info are we talking about? Are we talking about my the name that I've defined for myself in my phone? My unique identifier for my phone? My email? My phone number? No idea which one you're collecting, because it just says personal info. Keep in mind, everything I'm saying is not doesn't have to do with your app itself. I'm just talking about like the way that Google reports this to the user. And as someone who doesn't know what it truly means, but I'm just seeing what it says here. Can you read my personal conversations because it says messages? I have no idea. Can you see my phone number and send me messages that I didn't ask for when I download your app because it says personal info? I have no idea. Will you send me newsletters that I didn't sign up for? No idea. But even with all those complaints, yeah, device ID, I feel like the average person doesn't even know what that is. So kind of ignoring that. That just came up. But I feel like those are things that I would ask myself, and I kind of am asking myself because I don't know how Android handles these types of things. But even then, I feel like Android handles these types of things kind of well. I'm honestly not sure how iOS does it. I know we have privacy manifests as of like 2-3 years ago, which is kind of similar to this type of reporting when you download an app. Let me see on the App Store what it says about ChatGPT, for example, which is, by the way, the top of the essential apps, followed by TikTok, followed by Tinder. Essentials. Cannot live without them. It says contact info, which again, what does that mean? Does ChatGPT have my phone number or does it have my name? Identifiers, again, what does that mean? Diagnostics. I understand what diagnostics mean. Maybe the average person doesn't. I don't know why I did that face, to be honest. That was wrong. User content. Does it have access to all the user content or some of it? And the usage data. One thing that's, for example, always bothered me about iOS is the fact that we have an image picker. And there's kind of two ways of doing an image picker. Either way, you have to request permission to the user, and the user can choose to show you their entire gallery, only specific pictures, or nothing at all. But, you know, for the sake of simplicity, you would like to give access to all so that, you know, when I need to send a picture, I just go into the gallery and I pick it and I send it, or I do whatever I need to do with it, instead of giving permission to each individual picture, which is a pain in the ass. But then, when it comes to the actual image picker, you can use the default iOS one, which is just like, I don't remember the syntax of it, but kind of just like image picker. Create one and then be like, I'm writing Swift inside of C in a random function, but hey, you get the point. You can actually do something like this, which is present the picker, and when you're done, call this lambda. There should be some parentheses here, but you're allowed to skip them if it's the last argument. And then here, if result success, then you can get a result picture. I'm making up the entire syntax, but it's kind of like that. So this is all the information that the application sees when it comes to the other pictures that you didn't select. You can do this, or you can just go through the entire gallery, show your own custom UI for an image picker, and you've already gained access to all the pictures, even if the user hasn't selected them. The fact that there's that balance is ridiculous. That you can either have zero access to anything that the user doesn't want you to have access to, or full access to it. Makes no sense to me. The syntax that I wrote before, this is how an image picker should work. It allows you to pick the picture using the operating system's image picker, where the application doesn't have control over which image you pick, and it cannot do anything with an image that you didn't explicitly pick. But the fact that there's an alternative that allows you to just, if you have been given permission to an entire gallery, you can just do whatever you want with the entire gallery, doesn't make any sense to me. I understand custom UIs for picking images, but like, don't allow that. Why are you allowing that? Especially considering how locked down the file system is on iOS. Then you have these global resources like pictures, videos, files, kind of. You have a file system technically. Contacts, all of that information. Why is it either very well done, but also with an alternative that's just absolute shit when it comes to privacy? That's ridiculous. I don't understand why that's a thing. Just because they want the application to be able to present its own UI. I feel like I would rather you allow me to give you a UI. Nah, that's kind of weird. Like, you tell me, or you send the operating system, you're like, hey, request a picture, use this UI to do it. And then the operating system handles the entire thing, and all it returns is just one image. That would make sense. But, or, you know, do it with your own UI, with your operating system UI. Now, I give limited picture access too, but the problem is that let's say that I'm messaging someone on WhatsApp and I want to send them a picture. I have to go in, click the plus button, photos. You've given WhatsApp access to only a selected number of photos. You have to click on manage, select more photos. Then you have to find the picture. Accept. You haven't actually selected the picture yet. All you've done is given WhatsApp access to it. Then you have to click on it and then you can send it. That is annoying as hell. Whereas the alternative is to only provide one of those two ways in which the app doesn't even have to request access to your pictures because it can just be like, hey, can you give me a picture real quick? And that's it. You don't have to give the app permission to your pictures, to use your pictures. Also, those permissions are all or nothing. So why is it done like that? I don't understand. It is so annoying just because they want the app to present its own custom UI. And keep in mind, most people are not going to give limited picture access, especially to applications like WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all of which are apps that have an incredible reputation with privacy. Actually, TikTok in terms of privacy is okayish. It doesn't have a good reputation, but yeah, United States doesn't like them pretty much. That's about it. It's not that they're great with privacy, but they don't have the same reputation as Meta. And they're probably not amazing with privacy either. It's just a lot of fear-mongering when it comes to them. But with the other apps, yeah. But, I mean, Instagram is a picture app. It makes sense that you would give it full picture access. Because if you don't, you're going to have to go through everything that I just said. WhatsApp, it's technically a messaging app, but we send pictures all the time, so it makes sense. You have no choice because they can't be trusted. Yeah, that's the problem. But it would be so easy. Literally this code, which again is not really how you would do it, but kind of. Actually, the result is has to be done in a switch statement. It can't be done in an if statement. Because Swift can be a little bit pedantic like that. Also, an if statement needs to have brackets in Swift. Because Apple had a bug once where they forgot brackets and they made it everyone's problem. And again, that bug led to a jailbreak, so hey, I kind of get it. But this is technically a thing that you can do in iOS, which is very secure. Because even if I give you full picture access, you don't actually have access to my entire gallery. But it's one way. The other way gives you actual full access to my gallery, so you can draw a custom UI for the picker. It's so stupid. Jailbreak due to brackets. I feel like, yeah, because it was supposed to be something like no, let's say I don't remember what it was like. I guess this. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, something like this. This makes more sense. It's not the actual code that it was, but essentially you could have a condition, and then if the condition fails or succeeds, you report an error, you return false, but if it succeeds, you do sensitive code, but if you forget the brackets, you always return. Or you always do the sensitive code, which is what the problem was. Whereas instead, if you're explicit about brackets, you don't have that problem. I mean, you can still write it wrong, but it's a lot harder. I do wish iPhones were easier to unlock. There he goes again. It's his leg. Okay, just want to make that clear. But there he goes again. Yeah, back then actually iPhones were easy to jailbreak. Now, don't even know when the last jailbreak was. I like having him here. And also this is the only room where I have a heater on. So I don't want him to be cold, but yeah, occasionally. I wouldn't mind him going out. Usually I also have the door open. He can come and go as he wants, but yeah, again, because of the heater. 26.3 RC. All right. Thought that would have taken longer. 3 years ago. Oh, 2 weeks ago. The README was updated. Okay, this is a README only repo, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Still, 2 weeks ago? It's not super recent. But that's just when they did the latest update. And it talks about a release candidate. Oh, but it's 26.3. Which I think is the latest version that we have. No, okay. Are these really the latest jailbreaks? Okay, there's 26.2. Jailbreak App Store. And then the other ones are 14, 15, 15, 14, 14, 16. No 17 or 26. Damn. Wait. Or 18. Isn't 18 26? I'm so confused about the version numbers now. Let's just forget about this. I have no idea what I'm looking at anymore. I don't remember if iOS 17 is then followed by 18 or 26. I'm not sure. From now on, it's going to be a lot less confusing because the year number is going to, similar to how cars do it, the year number is going to be when it's released and the version number. But right now, it's not the easiest. It also doesn't help that the latest iPhone is the 17 or 18, I'm not sure, not the 26. So it's a mess. 15 Pro Max jailbroken. Yeah, I mean, it looks like those do have some jailbreaks, just like 26 doesn't. And the previous version doesn't either, and I'm not sure about the version before that. that depends on the confusing version numbers. I'm glad that they did it, but in reducing confusion, they briefly created more confusion. No, I want to know. Okay, no, iOS 18 does exist. Yeah, it was released 2024, followed by 26. Okay. So that means they don't have a jailbreak for 26, 18, or 17. I don't remember about 16 if it was there in the list or not. He has 2 hobbies. He has literally 2 hobbies. Let me see if I open the door, he'll, go explore the house. He's looking. It's kind of cold. Not gonna lie. Oh. Nope. Nope. He's just moving. Okay. Well, we're not saving the symbol table anywhere. And we're also not checking if these symbols exist. Not sure if I want to implement that or not yet. Who knows? Yeah, what the hell? It shouldn't be too difficult. Again, I'm not gonna bother with dynamic arrays. Just gonna create a symbol T. I also don't have blocks right now, so I'm not gonna bother with those.
I hereby decree that Jester shall be rewarded a treat for being a good boy.
Alright. But I don't have them here with me. So, give me a minute. Let me finish writing this. Again, not gonna bother with scopes just yet, because like I said, I'm kind of ignoring them because I forgot that I put scopes on here and that's not the correct place to put them. But I would need to alter the rules, and since these rules are hard-coded right now to include this, and the parser is not ready to include it manually, let's not bother right now. Let's just finish the semantic analysis and do that later. Okay. When we print the symbol, we will also add it to the Why don't I make these pointers? Just to save 4 bytes. Although, if this ever goes above 4 bytes, that's kind of stupid. Hell, if it goes above that's kind of stupid, but okay, whatever. Let's make it 60. Alright, symbol count. Well, he got his treat. It's dinner time. There he is. Didn't even have to get up. I'm gonna give him a proper thingy later. Okay. On these two. Symbol table. Symbol count plus plus. Sim. There we go. We're now saving these symbols. And when we're checking if the symbol exists, we are actually checking for the type. Yes. Cool. Right now, we're just gonna do a boolean for find symbol. Whereas I think instead we should resolve it to the actual symbol. Right now we're just doing like, yep, it exists. But that might even be enough for a transpiler, I'm not sure. Okay, we want the semantic value of it. And we want its name. sem. I need to give all these variables better names. I'm so confused by which is which. No, they definitely need better names. Semantic rules. And again, we're not doing any type of type checking, which is more complex and might push the limits of the tagging system that I created. Not gonna lie. No, not really, not necessarily. But it will probably make it more complicated, so we're not gonna bother with that today. We're just going to go through our symbol table. And we are going to check if symbol type is equal to type, and if it shouldn't be a slice literal match, should be slices equal between the token to slice and the token to slice for the symbol. In which case we return true. In any other case, we return false, not true. That kind of defeats the purpose. And where we're asking if the symbol exists, if not, we're going to emit an error. Actually, just copy this. Symbol, or actually just that does not exist. Print that, and then return. Where we want to check against the lm sem value and the node t. Cool, and now I need to implement this function real quick. String slice. Probably good enough with inlining it. Okay. Oh, another thing I want to do is kind of functions like this, or maybe even like this, you know, without having to explicitly put the brackets in the return if it's the only result in there. It makes languages a lot more readable. Another check that we gotta do is make sure that they have the same length, otherwise we already know that they're not the same string. There. Alright, function implemented, I believe. func draw does not exist, and then it stops there, which makes sense. I forgot to put an exception for functions because functions don't actually exist. You can't declare a function, so you probably shouldn't check if the function exists or not. I mean, it's true that function does not exist. You should stop there, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a little bit dumb. Var x does not exist? That one I wasn't expecting. I definitely did not expect that. Wait. Always compile from scratch, never scratch from compiler. This guy knows. Did I actually add any symbols? Yeah, I'm adding them. Am I adding them correctly? Because I had this same exact issue when I was doing the parsing with the AST, wasn't I? No. Alright. Var int y, var int x. Yeah, but what are you looking for? We're looking for that. Looking for var x, and it found it. Looking for var y, and it found it. Looking for var x, and all of a sudden you can't find it anymore. It's literally right here. What happened? Wait. Why though? Alright. Actually, I want you to compare. No, I'm already doing that. Hold on. Var type against the first argument of this one, which is sim type. So I think those match. But then I'm assuming this doesn't match. But why does it match the first time? All right, I'm gonna log the size of these because they're clearly not matching. Okay, looking for var x size 1, y size 1, x size 1. How do you not see it? This is so dumb. Okay. The name doesn't match anymore. How does the name not match anymore? It's probably a bug in this function, but it's so weird. The length of the two is the same. Let me just bring this function in. Wait, did I do string compare? No, string start. Okay. I'm so confused. Okay. So it's looking for var x of size 1, and then it checks if they're the same type, and they are, the same length, and they are, and the result of their comparison is the same one. And it is. But the second time around, the size somehow changed. How did the size of them change? Oh, because string start is not the correct. No, it's not the correct function to use there. Because if two characters happen to match, yeah, they have too many matching characters, kind of. I should probably create a function that properly checks, not this. Which isn't even particularly difficult. Actually, not int. I believe we're talking about size t. SL1 length. Okay. I think it worked now. Okay, because I was using the string start function, it kind of checks that they're the same by matching them until they become different and then reporting the size of the match. But if they just so happen to continue matching outside of that value, well, that's a problem. There should also be a case sensitivity thing. Is that? No, that's not correct. If they're the same, you continue. To check that they're different, first, they gotta be completely different. And either be case sensitive or also be different here. And actually, this is one of the cases in which this is not case sensitive. Case insensitive, so it is case sensitive. Oh, there's too much stuff going on here now. And we've properly been able to resolve all symbols except for functions, because functions don't actually fucking exist. But indeed, we checked. We declared a variable of type int called y, a variable of type int called x, and a label called y loop, a label called x loop. And we've checked that they all exist. And we're doing nothing with that information, as always. But we know they exist, which is pretty cool. Okay. Uh-huh. Cool. So, that is pretty convenient, I guess. Got rid of a bunch of these rules, which is always useful. Well, not rules, a bunch of these prints. We don't really keep these prints around. And indeed, we're able to properly generate code. For that matter, in the semantic analysis, this should return a boolean, and it can fail. I also want to have some sort of syntactic helper for something like this. If this function fails, also return from the parent function. Here, you also want to return false. And in the end, you want to return true. And here you want to return this. That way, we failed. With no error. But we failed. How did we fail? Exactly. When... How the hell did we fail? When literally all the false returns have oh no, because this one technically is an error. Rule not found 0. Because switch rule does not really report whether it failed or not. As in, it does. But like, it can reach the end, in which case it returns false. But that doesn't mean that it didn't find the rule. It simply means that it's done. There's nothing more to parse. So I guess you need to return something a little bit more complex than a boolean. You know what? I've been meaning to do ternary logic for a bit. It's not really what's going on here, but hey, kind of. Actually, my booleans are 8-bit values. So that actually allows me to store more than just two values. And it's like fault. Why? I mean, a bool is literally just a type def of char. Which can be 0, can be 1, can also be 2. What's the problem with that? Because I'm not reusing Rust? Sure. That's the reason. I'm gonna use something worse than Rust. Care to tell me why it's segfaulted? in eval rule. Oh, that's so helpful. This program is absolute shit. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hold on. Jester. Get out. Please. Come. 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 Go. Okay. So you can be out there freezing. And can bull return too? Because there is no definition of boolean. It's just a uint 8. Where is it even? Here. Unsigned char bool. Which means that it can return any value between no, not in this language, just in files using this header because of the way that I typed it. So it should be able to return 2. I just don't understand why it doesn't like it. It can technically return any value between 0 and 256. That should be fine. But it doesn't want to. And GDB, as always, is so useless. It doesn't want to tell me where. Care to tell me, like, no, not you again. It reaches 2. Oh, it still returns false, which is not right. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because this logic is just wrong. It's still sec false because the same logic needs to happen here. Essentially because when it had a 2, it continued the execution where it shouldn't have done that. Now it works. Though I kind of want to keep... I have a question. Ternary logic technically exists, but besides one computer in the Soviet Union, I don't think anyone has actually done it. So I don't think anyone's wondered, what should we call a Boolean? So a true-false definition with 3 states. Normally it's an enum, but I'm just feeling... I just feel like messing around with it. So what should I call this instead of bool? Because bool is not super correct anymore. True? Should I call it a true? But I guess this technically works. Negative, positive, and 0. No, I mean the type itself. Also, 0 is not quite right, because 0 should still be equal to negative. Because it's 0. That way you can do like if not. I'm not really doing ternary logic for real. But I guess it's the only like point of reference that I have. Because, yeah, ternary tends to have -1, 0, or 1. But in my case, I have 0, 1, 2. Essentially, I just wanted to distinguish between when this function returned false because it was done going through the tree, or it returned false because it failed. So this used to return false, now it returns a 2, just to indicate I'm done with the execution instead of I failed. Right, because that's not an error, that should be fine. And the only reason it's able to do that because the bool is a type alias of unsigned char. I would use an enum, but it's 32 bits. So like... C has enums, but they're 32 bits. What it doesn't have by default is booleans, which is why I defined it as a type, as a int 8. No, I know the enum thing, it's just... I guess what I am doing is an enum, I just wanted to mess around and keep it as boolean. I think the easiest thing for me to do would be to just make it return an integer. Sorry for trying to bring a little bit of whimsy to the code. And so it should return a -1. Which should still work the same, yeah. Yeah. That feels kind of painful to do it that way. I guess because this kind of thing can happen a lot. You know, traversing something can work, fail, or finish. So I'm wondering if I can create a simple type def of uint8 that handles that without having to make an enum for everything. Or without having to actually make it an enum, essentially. I'm more so wondering what I should call it. That's it. Trit. Ah, let's not call it that. That's why I'm talking about tree value logic or like ternary logic, not because it's actually that. Just to see if I can come up with the name from that. Bivalent logics. No, hold on. Many-valued logics. All right, this is what I'm looking for. See, this is why I wanted to look at that. Accepted the law of excluded middle, but made an important distinction about the principle of bivalence. Okay. Clean's strong logic. Priest's logic of paradox added a term undefined on indeterminate states. See, that can be one of the possibilities of that. Bakvar's internal three-valued logic. They all call it three-value logic. Come up with a name for it. Yeah, ternary state, but that's... I don't want to... You know, I have bool for two-value logic, so I should have something equally simple for three-value logic. That's the thing. And also, maybe specifically for the three states that I mentioned. No, I know that I'm getting caught up in something small. I'm done with the semantic analysis for now, essentially. So I'm just messing around for a bit. All right, I'm gonna call it a trit for now. Though I hate that name. It's literally just what to call a value that is meant to have three possible states. Whereas one that is meant to have two is called a bool or boolean. What is the one that is supposed to have three? Turnian. I don't mind Turnian. Terrace? What? Also, Boolean is named after a guy. Right? I'm pretty sure. George Boole. Yeah. So which one of these guys? Clean? Priest? Should we call it a priest? Cleanian? A clean. I don't even know who these guys are, so it would be a little weird. We'll call it a Luca. Just giving name to 0 and 1. Bull? He was a mathematician. Alright, I probably shouldn't name it after somebody without knowing who that somebody is. That's probably a bad idea. So we're gonna call it a trit instead. Don't forget the R in that, please. It's a very important R. And yeah, I'll come up with a better name eventually. But hey, we have trits now. Tribool. We'll have the Tribolian. Sounds like tribunal. Evaluate that one. C boost and Python. Wait, is that for real? You're kidding about that, right? Unless you're talking about Javi. Thank God, that's a joke. Imagine an apple fell on your head and you made an entire syllabus from middle school to death. What? Oh, from middle school to... Okay, I understand what it means. Oh, you're not joking. A tri-bool. Actually, ternary was not bad. Probably better than trit. That sounds too much like something else. I'll call that turn. Does that word have a definition? A seabird related to the gulls, typically smaller or more slender with long pointed wings and a forked tail. Please be beautiful. Hey, alright. A bull. I like that one. Okay, turn. Turn might work. They're actually quite beautiful. It looks like the swift bird. Right, I'm keeping turn. Why did bull just protest? What's its problem? Alright, so trits are gone. We got a trit reduction. See why I should probably not call them trits. Wait. I didn't save, okay. Turn. Yeah, bull doesn't like that. Doesn't like that it's been replaced. We're doing binary and you have 3 value states? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, trits are out. Turns are in. I still don't have a name for this one because it should technically be positive, negative, 0. I'm not sure how I feel about defining those. Maybe I'll do that for my programming language. For the type.h for the entire system and every application that I've built this year and the past year, I'm just gonna keep it as turn with false, true, and -1. Okay. We good? We good. And this should not be printed, by the way. Okay, cool. It doesn't complain about an error anymore when there really isn't one. There we have it. Our symbol table and our code generator. Oh, compiler compiles. What else do you want? Made in 2 weekends, too. It's a little bit hacked together by what isn't. At least it's not vibe coded, it's brain coded. A term which I am very much stealing, by the way. 100%. You better believe I'm stealing that term. Whoopsie. That was supposed to be a signed character, not an unsigned character. Yeah, so let me check real quick. I actually noticed that and I didn't do anything about it. Okay, that's good. Fixed. All right. Yeah, include the whole file. Commit. And then... Oh, wait, I need to fix the slice literal match function to use... C-ish compiler. What is your problem? All right, case sensitivity. I'm removing the declaration order dependency in my language. That shit is making a knot in my brain currently. That's annoying. Don't you need to just do it twice? I seem to recall that it's done in 2 phases. But what do I know? Oh yeah, a little bit. But I feel like you know a little bit more than me. There. String slice. So YouTube sponsorship with Fiverr, they say vibe coding in it, but had the totally wrong meaning. What was the meaning? Because again, I mean, someone early on this stream said brain coding, and I like that term. So I'm stealing it. But before that, I was calling it vibe coding when I just code stuff without any reference or formal training. And without caring too much about whether I'm doing it correctly or not. But without using LLMs, which is what I'm now calling brain coding. So like, if you heard me talk about vibe coding before, I was also using the wrong term. What is this? We're evaluating tokens, so it's not case insensitive. Needs to be case sensitive in this case. Though it would be really funny to write a language like this. I'm pretty sure actually older languages are like this, but let's not do that. Structs are also being order independent. Just validate if there isn't cyclic dependency. If you have compile time evaluation, you do need at least 2 phases. Yeah, that sounds about right. If I'm not mistaken, you just kind of like... No, you don't put it in the symbol table. I guess you put it in a different place. You just like keep track of it. Am I making that up? Just keep it in a list of unresolved symbols, and once you find them later on in the code, you mark them as resolved. But of course, since you do need to... no, I understand the cyclic part. Since you do need to do some sort of symbol resolution, you do need a second phase. So yeah, what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Okay. Actually finished this commit. Everything works fine. Push. Then go to cred. And okay, we've done a lot of work. A lot has happened today. But symbol table ignoring functions, and what else do we ignore? Yeah, you have to have order dependency in one phase. It's kind of dumb. No, what I meant is like... Hold on, let me finish this commit. Ignoring functions and scopes. Actually, one more thing I'm gonna do in this one, just to ensure that I don't do something stupid. Is that just for the commit? Since the parser is technically not prepared to handle the new language that I put for the parser generator, so I'm just not gonna let you generate a parser anymore until I fix that, obviously. Yeah, what I meant is like technically, my current implementation of the semantic analysis and the symbol table, if I find a symbol that I haven't resolved... Are you serious, Chester? If I find a symbol that I haven't resolved, I can store it. And then later on in the code, once I find it, I will actually resolve it. And I can do that in one phase. But that's because my semantic analysis isn't doing anything besides just checking that the symbols exist, and that's it. It doesn't actually do anything with them. So there's no... actual... there's nothing being done with the symbol table once you have finished it. So once you actually need to use it, you would either have to do another pass. Well, not do another pass, but just like resolve the symbol again. So that's kind of a second phase, but even worse. So that's what I meant. But yeah, you can't really do a single phase without order dependency. And honestly, it's better to just not have order dependency. That's another thing I kind of want to get rid of. Yeah, you would have to validate at the end of the scope which symbols haven't been resolved. So you could do that in one phase, but then you would be pretty limited in what you actually do with the symbol table without having to do another lookup afterwards. Because at the end of the day, when you've looked for that symbol the first time and you didn't find it, even if it was declared afterwards, you don't have any information because it was never actually resolved. Also, what did you ask before? Can we overflow your compiler? Probably yes. You can only have up to 1,000 total nodes in the syntax tree, so you're quite limited. And what is the other limitation? Yeah, there's technically, it's limited in the number of rules, in the amount of nesting. All of those things are pretty limited. There are limitations that I can lift with dynamic arrays. I just am trying to avoid them as much as possible because, like, it's kind of just a prototype. And as we discussed earlier, since the way that it is designed is good for prototyping, but it's not amazing for like error messages, particularly complex semantic analysis, or any of that stuff, then there's probably going to be quite a lot of refactoring. But first, I want to have something that works, even if it is very naive. All the heavy lifting is still going to be done by GCC. And it's going to be something that resolves to C. And that's about it, really. All of that type check, complex type checking is going to be handled by C. All of the actual compilation is going to be handled by C. So by GCC in this case. And I don't have to handle any of that stuff. I can just worry about designing the language with a somewhat general purpose compiler. And then once I have that, make it a little bit more specialized. That's the word. Because, for example, this compiler, the rule parser, this is technically, in a way, a very minimalistic compiler that can compile this language. It also doesn't do any complex code generation. Everything that it does is super simple. But because I changed the way that this language looks, I added these today, then I have to do a somewhat significant amount of work to update this. That's what I'm trying to avoid having happen with my actual language. I want to be able to iterate through the syntax very easily. And to do that, all I have to do is make rules, which uses this, executes it, compiles this into an array, and then that gets put in here. This is already missing too. That's about it. I do wonder. Time is it? It's 8. Okay. I have a clean working tree. And so, as a little experiment, as a little treat, can nah, I don't want to obfuscate. Also, obfuscation can be undone. It's just harder or easier, but it can be done. Okay. Like I mentioned yesterday, I don't know if it was yesterday or Friday, but either way, I mentioned that I have the main parser and the main compiler, which is now a parser, semantic analyzer, and code generator. And the secondary, very simple, very specialized compiler, that compiler is kind of a strong word for it. It's a generator, really. But it follows a lot of the same general rules that a compiler does. It's just a very simplified and also specialized version of it. To parse this into this. And I tried making the main parser also be able to handle creating its own parser. So not really compiling itself, but generating its own parser. And it failed, and then I realized there was a bug in my parser, I fixed the bug, but I haven't tried again since. So I think it's worth checking if it is possible now. So I will first off bring this back. Second, no semantic analysis is going to happen. And third, I technically have to reuse these names because these are not being generated. But how does this language look? A block is an identifier followed by that, followed by a rule, which we'll call a statement. Wait, no, hold on. This is a statement, actually. Followed by an expression with a new line at the end. A block is a statement followed by another statement. Actually, I can put a new line here. Which I'm not sure how well that will compile. I think this will compile properly. The other one is kind of a buggy version of it. And then an expression is actually made up of two possibilities. One is just a sequence of identifiers followed by this symbol, followed by another sequence of identifiers. So it is recursive. Or the sequence of identifiers. To do that, I'm going to do assignment. So it's either assignment, this expression, or assignment alone. And assignment is just identifiers chained together. Or just an identifier. These are the rules. I'm not sure if I need to remove them or not. Okay, this compiles properly. I have to be a little bit careful. These need to be commented out because they're not actually important. But yeah, they are there. And then the language that we're going to be compiling is actually, screw it, this one. The parts that I skipped. Can you do it? Nope. But you can tell me where you failed, which can be helpful. Parsed token func call. Yeah. And fails to parse this one. So I'm pretty sure that that's not that. It is that. And they're actually not literals. They are operands. Lit talk. Failed to match token 6. Found 6. Skipping. Well, it doesn't seem to me like you failed, but okay. I feel like this is a pretty good exercise to keep debugging the parser a little bit. Which one's 6? Would it be operator? Operator. Wait, so does it consider... Oh, wait, hold on. That is an operator. A single operator. So I think this was correct. It was just mislabeled as an identifier when it should have been an operator. That went further, but it still didn't work. Okay, what else did I do wrong? Yeah, most likely this is also not a literal. It is a lit talk operator. At position 22. Oh shit, I didn't remove these. And for that matter, I also didn't remove these that aren't really necessary. Shit, still. What is the problem? 67. Yeesh, what a number. Can you look at the rules real quick? Block is a statement with a new line and a block. No new line at the end, by the way. Yes, that's good. Okay. Parse token left parenthesis. Oh no, that's... Yeah, okay, that's an identifier. Parses an identifier argument. Parses an identifier right parent. An identifier semicolon. Just to fix those 2 bugs I found before. Its identifier followed by another assignment, or just an identifier. What is the problem with that? Parsed token argument Oh no, wait, hold on. Oh my god. I forgot to make my parser new line sensitive. That's literally the entire reason that didn't work. Well, my tokenizer new line sensitive. I hope that's the entire reason. Nope, it still fails x67. Does it just have too much recursion, perhaps? It is quite recursive. Okay, I'm just gonna say that failed. unfortunately. But I think it got further than last time? Question mark? Maybe? Maybe? I'm not sure. I think it did. I am still wondering what it is. Identifier, left parent, argument, r parent, semicolon. I can always simplify it a little bit. Yeah, whatever the hell that is. That's what I meant. Okay. Parses func call. Parses this. As a statement, right? Wait, I can now... I can now use rule name to make these a little easier to read. Okay. That's already better. Although the names are not super descriptive because I had to reuse these names even though they're not the best. But statement, which is func call, this, followed by an expression, assignment, which is this, tries to find another assignment, fails. That makes sense. Tries this one. That's so weird. I must have done something wrong here. Well, there's no separator between these two, so I'm a little bit confused as to whether that would parse or not. Rule 4, subrule assignment, parses this first. Wait, which one is rule 4? Expression, okay. It is trying the one that is just an assignment. And it parses the identifier, but then it fails to parse the assignment, which makes sense because there isn't any more after that. You've reached the end. But it just kind of breaks. It seems like we're at this level of recursion, and then all of a sudden we're back at the beginning. So I'm not sure what happened there. But I'm torn between being like, okay, let's just leave it. Maybe next time I'll figure it out. Or actually figuring it out. Alright, it's been 5 hours. Let me maybe drop it. Okay. Well, one more time that I tried to make the compiler compile this thing, and it wasn't able to. Third time's the charm. That's gonna be for next time. Probably gonna try again on Friday. And it might be able to do it. But again, technically, the best way to do it is the way that this compiler is doing it. The problem is that you need to block never ends. Damn. All right, hold on. Hold on. Damn it. There's probably a few more that don't end, aren't there? No, these are fine. Block can either be these three or this one. Two options. Found 18. Parsed token second. Rule 3 option 1 failed, but then it continues at the same level. I didn't notice this. Rule 3 option 1 fails, which is assignment, I believe. So this one fails? Probably, I'm not even sure. All right. Okay, so third time's the charm. I'm gonna try again on Friday. And hopefully then it will work. But again, the generalized compiler that I have is definitely gonna be less correct. No, not less correct, but less performant and less explicit than this specific one. The issue with this specific one is that when I add new rules like the tags that I added today, then you have to make a lot of changes to the compiler, and that's kind of a pain in the ass. So we don't want that. Well, we do want that. Ideally, the generator will be able to generate a compiler as good as itself, or a parser as good as itself. You know, but we're not nearly there yet. So until there, we have the generic compiler, which this is actually a pretty good generic parser. This is, I would say, a pretty good test for it, whether it is able to compile its own rules. Also, whether it's able to compile itself, but that one's even more complex. So we're not going to bother with that one just yet for the foreseeable future. This one, I feel like we are close to it, but my brain is not really braining when it comes to interpreting what this means, what the compiler is doing, and why it is failing. So I'm going to leave it for next time. All right, that's it for today. Then I'm streaming again tomorrow. Let's say 80% sure that tomorrow I'm doing a little bit of operating system stuff. Lately, I've been focusing a little bit on, you know, stability, on getting things, a little bit more stable rather than adding new features. But I did start adding a window manager, and maybe I want to expand on that a little bit, especially as the system becomes more stable and more usable, then the window manager could be usable. So that is a thing that I want to add. Once I have those types of things, I need to, yeah, the reason I want to focus on stability also is that way I can do development inside of the system. In the sense that I can, instead of relying always on cross-platform development, like I'm doing now, for example, when I'm working on a game, I can do it targeting the system, and it should work pretty well. You just, you know, if the system crashes every 5 minutes, then that's kind of defeats the purpose. So yeah, stability is a thing, kind of focusing a little bit on security as well. But there is that window manager that I want to finish, and there are other features that I want to continue working on, of course. Even though right now I'm dedicating more time to this compiler thing. Also, the compiler needs to work for on the operating system itself. So not entirely sure what the point of that is short term, considering it doesn't produce an executable, and it won't for quite a while. But hey, still nice to have. Anyway, as I said, that is it for today. Tomorrow's stream is going to be in 23 hours, literally. It's going to be at 7:30 p.m. Central European time and 6:30 p.m. UK time. I am probably going to do the window manager or something else, you know, OS related, instead of the compiler itself. Most likely. And that's it. Last thing. Tend to drop sometimes. Sometimes I forget. Most of the times I forget, but sometimes I drop a link to Discord in case you're interested in joining my Discord. And I will see you tomorrow.